All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we have our first few aircraft getting ready. Again, as you can see, we have our first few aircraft getting ready, lining up, and we are about to start our annual short takeoff and landing competition here at the Valdez Flying and Air Show. And now, for this event, we're going to turn it over to the experts. We've got Gabe Neeson and Abe Harmon, and they are going to be taking you all the way through this competition. So we're going to turn it over once again, happily, to the Gabe and Abe Show.
Thanks a lot, Dwight. Happy to be back.
Thanks for having us back. It's a good year, and the weather's clearing up, so hopefully we'll have a pretty good competition today.
Yeah, we've got an unseasonable amount of sun, it looks like, so I'm sure nobody's unhappy about that. So this first class taxiing out, we've got 3 competitors. This is our heavy touring class. These are going to be our
Helio class.
Yeah. So these are going to be our heavy-duty 6-seat airplanes, 3,500 to 4,000 pound gross weight. We've got 3 competitors, 2 Helio Couriers and 1 Cessna 185. Up first in the white and blue Helio Courier is Lucas Stutzer. And then in the second position there in the dark blue Helio Courier, we've got Lane Williams. And then in the red and white 185, we've got Liam Ferguson.
Good to see another Helio out here. I know Lucas has been showing up for years and putting on a good show. Getting another one out here kind of keeps him on his toes. Not that the 185s aren't competitive. We'll see what they can do, but the Helios sure are convincing. So Lucas, or not Lucas, Abe, what does the format look like this year? Are we doing 2 runs, 3 runs? What is it going?
I think we're doing 3. Are we doing 3? So we're going to be doing 3 runs. So every competitor is going to get 3 attempts. They're going to do a takeoff, circle back in the pattern, and a landing. That's going to be a combined score for takeoff and landing. If they scratch the landing, what that means is that that entire run is going to be a no score. So they can have the best takeoff, but if they come up short on that landing, that scratches their whole round. So best combined, 3 attempts. Tail wheel does not count, so it goes by the mains. So the main wheels will be on the start line. The takeoff distance will be counted when the main wheels leave the ground. Tail wheel rolling a little bit after that does not count. Tail wheel striking before the line on landing does not count, so everything is going to be based off the main wheels.
And so for these big planes, usually on the 185s, we're looking at about a 250, 300-foot takeoff and landing, sometimes a little bit more. The Helios are probably going to be somewhere in the 150-foot range, so
yeah, one thing we'll notice here, we don't have a lot of wind today, so we're going to see some pretty honest real-world numbers here. You know, we don't have a 10-knot hero wind happening today, so these are going to be some really honest numbers we're going to see today. All right, so first up taking the line here is Liam Ferguson in his Cessna 185.
All right, you see him tow right up to the line there. Everybody starts with their tires right on that line, and the judges will let him know when he's ready.
Got that tail up pretty quick. Looks like he's going to be just over 200 feet. Let's see what they call it.
Now that 185 is going to have a IO 520 engine. That's about a 300-horse engine. As compared to these Helios, I believe both of them have the Lycoming Geo 480, which is a geared engine. That's a good looking takeoff. You can see those slats doing their work as that plane just slowly unloads the gear and takes off.
Yep, both these Helios competing today are 295 models. They have a Geo 480 gear reduction, Lycoming engine, 295 horsepower, large 3-blade, 96-inch propellers.
All right, looks like Liam Ferguson in the 185. That was a 207 takeoff. Lucas was a 145. Let's see what Lane can do here.
Lane just purchased this airplane last year. Flew it back from Canada.
Now, Lane did a little bit different takeoff than Lucas. You saw Lucas just kind of let the plane fly off the ground on its own. Lane kind of picked the tail up and then rotated, which is another way to do things. Let's see if that worked out better.
Yeah, really nice technique there by Lane. You know, he's still kind of getting to know this airplane a little bit, but that really shows, you know, his skill as a pilot. He's really, really getting it figured out.
Looks like a 194 takeoff from Lane, so slightly longer than Lucas, but still within range there.
So currently our best takeoff is Lucas Stutzer in the white Helio, 145 feet. Second, 194 was for Lane Williams in the dark blue Helio. And then 207 for Liam Ferguson in the 185.
Liam Ferguson, really impressive 207-foot takeoff in that 185. If you compare that to a Helio at 194, I mean, he's keeping it really short along with these more built for competition type planes.
All right, so we got Liam Ferguson coming in here on long final for his first landing. He's definitely coming in at a sort of a low, flat approach. We're going to see a lot of different techniques that the pilots are going to use today, from the sort of the low and slow drag in to the really steep, you know, steep descent, trying to maximize that vertical component of energy.
This drag-it-in approach is really tricky to pull off. You're trying to get the plane as slow as possible while still remaining in the air, and it's a very delicate line to walk.
Very nicely done, though.
Yep, good spot landing. See him get on the brakes here. It's going to go right to about 300.
Yeah, really hard to hit your spot with that one because, you know, obviously your visibility is not great, and then, you know, all of your velocity is horizontal, so. You know, the difference between hitting the line and hitting 10 feet after the line, you know, is only a tiny, tiny bit of vertical descent.
And you'll see him try to get it, you know, the speed difference is maybe a mile an hour or even half a mile an hour from the plane falling out of the sky. So it's just everything is out of the plane at that point. And you'll see some of these guys give it a shot of power to get over the line. It's a very risky strategy.
So here
Lucas
comes
is kind of coming in higher here.
Yeah, this is kind of more going to be your behind the power curve, steep approach, high power.
Oh, that Helio can get on the brakes hard with that forward mounted gear like that.
Floated,
you saw him float the line a little bit.
Floated it in a little bit, but he got her stopped.
Those bush wheels are absolutely putting on work on this pavement here.
Oh, it's like we blew a cone over. All right, so the first landing for Liam Ferguson in the 185, they're calling that one out the back. Lucas's first landing is 159. That's coupled with his 145 takeoff.
Out the back is anything over 300, so that just, I believe, it gets put down as a 300-foot score.
All right, so Lane Williams now on final for his first landing. He had a 194-foot takeoff. A couple things you'll notice on these Helios that really lend themselves well to this type of flying. Huge flaps. He's got 12-foot flaps on there. He's got automatic leading edge slats. Really keeps the aircraft controllable at low speed. And then the gear is mounted so far forward, you can use maximum braking after touchdown with no nose-over tendency.
Boy, he really does not want to screech those bush wheels. He is babying those things.
It's a new airplane. He doesn't want to beat it up.
Maybe we need to start sponsoring bush wheels for the heavy touring class so these guys can beat them up a little bit more.
That's right. We'll take them. And it looks like they're going to call Lane out the back too, so that's going to be a 300-foot score for his landing. So after our first round, standings are Lucas Stutzer currently in first position, combined score 304 feet, had a 145-foot takeoff, 159-foot landing. Second position is Lane Williams in the other Helio with a combined score of 481 feet. And then in third position, Liam Ferguson in the 185.
As Lane goes by there, you can see those flaps are most of the wing on the Helio. I mean, it's just all barn door flap down there with just little tiny ailerons. But they have really good roll response. They have a roll spoiler built into them, so you can just make all of that wing a high lift device.
All right, our competitors are taxiing up here for round two.
Liam Ferguson taking the line in the 185 again. Last time a 207 takeoff and an out the back over 300-foot landing. So, we'll probably expect a pretty good takeoff yet. We'll see if he can stick the landing this time.
Yeah, still no wind, so he's going to be looking for about a 200-foot or under takeoff here to improve on his score from first round. 200-foot is going to be the last marked cone on the
looks like he clawed it off around 250 there, which is not going to necessarily improve, but we'll see what the judges come up with.
Lucas Stutzer in the Helio now for his second takeoff. He had a 145-foot first takeoff.
Lucas utilizing a little bit of rotation on that one. He saw him pick the tail up and just give it a little bit of rotate to get him off slightly before 200.
Yeah, something a little unique about the Helio you'll notice. As it builds up a little speed on the roll, the gear unloads and the whole front of the aircraft will lift up about a foot, which gives you a little bit more angle of attack right before it flies.
All right, Lane Williams up on the line trying to improve on a 194 takeoff last time. Let's see if he can do it.
These Helios are swinging a 96-inch three-blade prop, so they're making tons of thrust right off the line.
Oh, that one looks really good. Both of the Helios improving on their last round takeoff. Well, I take that back. Lucas was a 168 that time as opposed to a 145 on round one. Let's see what Lane comes in at.
All right, so second round numbers, Liam Ferguson in the 185 had 233 feet, Lucas Stutzer in the first Helio 168 feet, and Lane Williams 147.
Williams
Really
looking
nice
really
job.
good on that last takeoff. Last landing, he went out the back for a scratch on that one, so he's going to need to stick this landing if he wants to get this score in. He is right on Lucas's heels. Lucas had a combined 304 last time. So Lane will need to be right in there at about a 150-foot landing this time around.
Yeah, Lane's got a really nice takeoff technique. I mean, there's not a lot of fanfare with lifting the tail or slamming it down. I mean, he's got it right there, and it just kind of levitates off the ground. So he's getting a real good handle on that for sure.
Well, the Helios, you don't need a whole lot of drama with the takeoff like you do with these other planes. The slats, you really want to make them work, and they work best at a very high three-point angle of attack. So the plane kind of just flies itself off the pavement usually.
All right, so again, our best combined score currently is 304 feet, and like Gabe said, in order for Lane to take a crack at moving into first position here, he's going to need a landing just under 150 feet. And then on final now, we've got Liam Ferguson in the 185. He had a 300-foot landing last round, so he'll be looking for something before the last cone there in the 2 to 250-foot range.
They're spoilers. What are you guys doing? Oh my God.
A little bit steeper approach this time. Looks like he's right on his, had a good line there, a little bit over the line, but looks like we're going to be real near that 300 mark. And again, with virtually no wind today, these guys are putting up some really respectable numbers here for not having any wind to help them out. So we're going to be right at 300 there for Liam's second landing. That'll give him a combined score of 533 feet.
All right, Lucas has got all those flaps out. He's trying to make it over the line safely. There he is. Oh, locking him up. See that tail levitate.
There we go.
The great thing about these Helios is the gear is so far forward you can just stomp on the brakes. They are nearly impossible to nose over.
Yeah, actually in the Helio flight manual it actually says for shortest landing roll, just land with the brakes locked. It is not so great for your tires, but all right, Lane Williams coming in now for his second landing. Lane and Lucas flying virtually the same airplane, but you'll definitely notice a different technique between the two of them.
Lane's going to have to get pretty spicy on this one. Last combined takeoff and landing for Lucas was 287. Lane's got a 147 takeoff, so he's going to need to be right in there at 140 for the landing this time around.
Lane had a very good takeoff this round, though, so if he hits his spot on this landing, he could be right in the mix there.
Screech those tires, don't be scared.
Just call bush wheels. No warranties, right?
Yeah, no, we got you hooked up. Credit card number, please.
All right, nice job there by Lane for his second landing. He was 287 feet on his first landing. Looks like he might have shaved a little bit off that. 273 feet. So that gives him a combined score of 420 feet for round two. All right, Liam Ferguson headed back to the line for his third and final takeoff and landing in the Cessna 185. Liam's best combined score is currently 533 feet with a 233-foot takeoff and a 300-foot landing. Current first position is Lucas Stutzer in the Helio Courier with a combined score of 287 feet with a 168-foot takeoff and a 119-foot landing. Got our first heat of light touring competitors taxiing past here. These are going to be our four-seat aircraft, Cessna 170s. We might have a Maul in there, but it's mostly going to be 170s.
Mostly 170Bs. These are super popular kind of family bush planes. You can see that silver one go by on the big old bush wheels. It's got the T3 suspension. 170 is really taking over in the last few years here in popularity over the 185s. They're just a really nice sized plane for the whole family and very economical to fly.
So we're going to have two heats of light touring. So we have enough competitors. We're going to run them in two heats. So we'll get each of their three combined scores, and then at the end, we'll combine both heats for our final first, second, third.
Looks like most of these 170Bs are rocking the big engine. They've all got the little blisters on the cowl that lets you know they've got usually an O360 or possibly an IO370 engine conversion. Despite some of their more rugged looks, these are all pretty modded out planes coming by us here.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of 180 to 200 horsepower Lycoming engine converted 170s. Most of these are going to have, you know, Sportsman leading edge, bush wheels.
Most I've seen coming by here look like they've got the T3 tail suspension as well. Also courtesy of Alaska bush wheels. Write that down.
Show special. All right, here goes Liam Ferguson for his third and final takeoff. Liam got that tail up before he ever even left the line. Definitely seeing what he could wring out of it on that one.
Lucas towing up to the line here. Last combined score 287. We got a little bit of a breath of wind here. He might be able to improve on it, but it's going to be tough. That looked like he might have improved on it. Last takeoff was 168, previous takeoff 145, and he puts down a 129 for that takeoff.
All right, so we got a new shortest takeoff so far in the show, 129 feet. Lane Williams now for his third and final. Lane's best takeoff so far was 147 feet. Very nice job by Lane Williams. All right, so we got our heavy touring competitors coming around base to final now for their last landing. Current low combined score is 287 feet. Lucas Stutzer in the white and blue Helio Courier. Liam Ferguson on final now in the red 185, had a takeoff of 267 feet.
Looks like Lane's been pretty consistent with the 300-foot landings here. His last takeoff was pretty good.
Yeah, with the conditions we've got here today, he's probably looking for something like a 250-foot landing here. Somewhere between 2 and 250 would be a really great job with energy management hitting his spot.
That was a perfect spot landing.
Yeah,
now he's just got to really get on those brakes and...
Yeah, very good.
gonna
Right
be his
at
best
200.
landing.
He nailed that one.
It's just so difficult for these 185s without some wind on the nose. You know, I mean, if you go by the book numbers, a 185 really in the manual is going to be like a 500-foot takeoff and landing plane. And these guys are beating the book numbers, I mean, by quite a bit, even with no wind, so it's very impressive.
.205 for Liam Ferguson's third and final. That's going to be his best score so far of 472 feet combined. Lucas Stutzer now for his third and final landing, looking to beat 119 feet.
He's slow and he's low and he's just over the line. That looks really good. Oh, there he is. I think that might just clinch it right there.
I don't know if I've mentioned it, but the Helio Courier is a very robust airplane. Our IA does a very thorough gear inspection every year.
How do the bush wheels look?
The bush wheels are great.
Yep.
And he's always shocked that the landing gear is not cracked. All right, Lane Williams coming in now for his third and final landing. Has a best landing so far, 273 feet. Adding a little bit of power there to make the line.
Oh, little dip. Chop and
Very composed.
very composed. See that tail wheel whipping around there?
Yeah, great correction there.
We've got to get Lane on those new pavement compound bush wheels like Lucas has.
258 for Lane's third landing for a combined score of 404 feet. So that's going to wrap up our heavy touring category. First place, we've got Lucas Stutzer in the white and blue Courier, 244 feet. Second place, Lane Williams in the dark blue Courier, combined score of 404 feet. And third place, Liam Ferguson in the red 185, combined score of 472 feet. Great job by all three of those.
All right, now we got light touring kind of pulling up the line here. Headed up by Levi Athens in the silver plane, Mark Hasner, Eric Peltier, Paul Keach, and Stephanie Blanchard.
So we got Levi up first here in the polished 170. I think Levi's probably the only 170B in this heat that is not running a engine conversion. He's running the original Continental 0300 engine.
But he is also saving weight anywhere he can, right down to the paint.
Yep, and I think Levi's probably going to have the lightest aircraft in this heat, and he's also just a very accomplished pilot and very consistent. What we're going to see from him, his takeoff and landing numbers are going to be very consistent throughout this. And he really is just going to be managing the energy of the airplane and taking advantage of that lighter weight to try to keep up with some of these other big engine 170s.
Big tail raise and a bounce there for Levi. You'll probably see that with a lot of these planes that don't have like STOL cuffs or leading edge slats. You got to really pick the tail up and get the wing clean and then rotate very aggressively to pop it off the ground.
All right, next up here we got Mark Hasner in the orange 170B. He's got a, I believe, IO 370.
Yeah, he's definitely got the big engine. That is probably one of the most modded out 170s you'll see here. And that takeoff distance speaks for itself. He's been around quite a while, flown a lot of these events. We've flown with him here at Valdez and also at Squintna. So he's very familiar with the layout and with that plane in particular.
Got Eric Peltier now also in a 170B. Our first two takeoffs, Levi had a 172-foot takeoff and Mark Hasner had a 119-foot takeoff.
Eric Peltier, another common sight at STOL events. Looks like he put down a pretty good takeoff there. We'll see what we get from the judges, probably about 150 or so.
Paul Keach now in the bare metal and orange 170B. All of our competitors in this heat are longtime Valdez competition repeats. A lot of familiar faces.
Levi so far with a 172, Mark with a 119, and Eric with 164. Looks like Paul Keach. You're going to be right in there with Eric on that takeoff.
And our fifth and final competitor in Heat 1 of light touring is Stephanie Blanchard, also in a 170B.
Stephanie, a longtime STOL competitor and last year's winner of the Cub Crafters X-Cub Fly-Off. She is a guide, backcountry guide and pilot, so she's very familiar with this plane.
Stephanie also puts on the Seldovia fly-in and STOL competition every year in July down in Seldovia. Very fun event. So 174 feet for Stephanie's first takeoff there. And then Paul Keach right before her had a 147-foot takeoff. So our best takeoff so far of light touring was Mark Hasner at 119 feet.
Kind of a neat class, light touring. It's all these 170s, and they're all very similar, so it's almost like a spec class. So at this point, it largely comes down to pilot skill, as the ground is very level playing ground for all of these planes.
We're not very tasty. You're much.
It looks like Levi's coming around for his first landing here. Takeoff was 172. Probably looking for around 200 here, a little over 200 maybe. Boy, he's on those brakes hard. Never mind, no 200. That's going to be a Cub distance landing just short of 125. That's going to put him definitely in the running here.
So 107 feet for Levi's first landing. He had a 172-foot takeoff for a combined score of 279 feet. Very impressive numbers for a lightweight 170.
Looks like they're all kind of sticking to this little bit higher approach. That's definitely going to be the more safe way to go without a lot of wind on the nose. You know, you don't want to be kind of playing that game with energy management. But it is harder to get the plane to hit the line when you're you got a little bit of altitude behind you. Oh, he's saving it with power. Oh, right on the line. Let's see what the judges say on that one. Just from the attitude on the line, it looks like that was a just within inches and not quite over the line.
Yeah,
they gave him a scratch on that one.
Calling a scratch on that one. Very, very close, though.
It really is a game of inches. You know, the closer you get to that line, the shorter your landing is going to be. So you just got to barely scoot over it.
Eric Peltier now over the line. Very nicely
Good
done.
spot landing.
Eric had a 164-foot takeoff. Looks like he's going to be just over the 130 mark maybe there for his landing.
Every year these 170 guys get better and better and better. You know, the first year we did this, it was like they were right on the line with the 185s, and now they're putting down takeoff and landing numbers like a Super Cub. It's
yeah, I mean,
to see.
Very, very much like almost Cub numbers. It's pretty impressive.
That was definitely short for.
Yeah, Paul Keach is going to be scratch on that one. And they called that 130 for Eric Peltier, so he had a 164 takeoff, 130 landing for a best combined 294.
Last landing here, we've got Stephanie Blanchard. She's over the far end of the runway. Her first takeoff, 174. So far, we've got 279 and 294 on the board, so she's going to need to be right in there in that 120 range to stay kind of within the competition.
Looks like Steph's doing a little bit more of that flatter, drag-it-in approach than the other competitors are doing in this heat. So she's going to be looking really just to make sure she hits her spot here is going to be the main thing. As she slows up, she's going to raise that nose a little bit, maybe give it a little power. Nicely done.
Good conservative landing over the line there. She's definitely going to be in contention there. A little bit longer, though.
So Steph had a 174-foot takeoff. Looks like she might be around 220, 225 on the landing. We'll see what they call it.
Levi's pulling back up to the line for his second takeoff, along with the other competitors here. Again, we have 3 rounds of these takeoffs, and it is the best single takeoff and landing of the 3 that gets to be scored.
So they called that 223 for Steph's landing. That gives her a combined score of 397 feet. Levi's takeoff was 172, first round.
Looks like Levi's still the shortest takeoff and landing. We'll see if he can improve on that any.
Well, I think he's going to be a little shorter on that one.
Oh, yeah. If he can pull off another one of those 107 landings, he's going to, looks like he might walk away with it.
Mark Hasner on the line now had a 119-foot takeoff, had the shortest takeoff of round 1, but scratched on the landing, so he's looking to get on the board on this one.
Putting a little bit of throttle in, clearing the engine out. We'll see what the judges give that, but that looked like possibly one of the shortest takeoffs we've seen yet in this competition.
So we've got 147 feet for Levi Althen's second takeoff.
That was a 96 foot. Cub numbers, really impressive from
No wind.
Mark
also.
Hasner here.
Eric Peltier now, he had a 164-foot takeoff on round 1.
Big tail raise there. Looks like he rotated around the 150 mark, so we're right in there with Levi on that takeoff. Paul Keach in the orange and silver 170 here. He's another really tough competitor. His last takeoff and landing numbers were really nice. See if he can kind of chase down Mark Hasner on this one. It's all timing. You can see when they raise that tail, everybody's kind of trying to feel out where they need to rotate, and that changes based on winds and a bunch of factors, but they're all kind of trying to feel out where they can safely rotate, and it seems to be right around that 125.
155 feet for Paul Keach's last takeoff. And Stephanie's away. She had a 174-foot takeoff last round. 165 feet. She saved about 10 feet off on round 2 here. So far, Mark Hasner, 96-foot takeoff is far and away in the lead so far for takeoff numbers, but he's going to need to get a clean landing distance this round, get on the board. So far, Levi has been winning on the landing side pretty significantly. He had a 107-foot landing, which is not unusual for him. He's very dialed in this airplane, and definitely the lightest weight competitor in this class right now, so he's using that to make up for his slightly longer takeoff due to his lower horsepower engine.
Perfect spot landing right over the line there, and he is going to squeak it in right. Oh,
I think that's going to be under 100.
Yeah, I mean, really impressive when you think that this plane is at least 30 horsepower down on all the other planes, and you can see it in the takeoff, but his landings are keeping him right in contention with these much more modified and higher horsepower 170s out here.
So we got 98 feet there for Levi Althens. He had a 147-foot takeoff. That gives him a combined score of 245, which so far puts him in first place. Mark Hassner has a 50-foot advantage on him on takeoff, but that means he's going to have a...
So they're basically going back and forth. We've got Levi with a 147 takeoff, 98 landing. Mark with a 96 takeoff. So if he's going to be in there, he's got to do it in less than 150.
He needs 150 feet here.
Little bounce, that's going to hurt.
I don't know if he's going to have it. No, Levi's going to hold on to number one.
Absolutely incredible flying from Levi there. Mark as well, but yeah, that's going to knock him right out of first.
165 feet for Mark Hassner. That gives him a combined score of 261. Levi's at 245, so he's about 20 feet longer overall. But those two are going to be duking it out in the next round.
Eric Peltier coming up here. And his last combined takeoff and landing was 294, which is right in line with these guys. Currently, we've got 245 and 261 on the board. So he's going to need to shorten it up a little bit, but not by much.
Yeah, Eric's 145-foot takeoff this round is very competitive in this lineup. So
if he can hit 120 or so here, he's going to be back in the game.
Yeah, if he has a nice tight landing, which it looks like he does. Oh, yeah, absolutely. He's going to be right there. Looks like around the 130 mark. 128.
So currently he's third. We got 245, 261, and 273 on the board for our first three competitors. Paul Keach and Stephanie coming up here. Paul in the orange and silver plane, and he is just milking every ounce of energy out of that plane as he comes down the taxiway here. The old chop and drop and get on the brakes.
Nicely done there by Paul Keach. Looks like he's going to be somewhere around the 160-something mark. He had a 155-foot takeoff, then 161 feet for that landing for a combined score of 316 feet.
Levi Athens, again, just really incredible in that 150-horse plane, doing 245 combined takeoff and landing, putting him in first currently.
Yeah, I mean, he's really just, I mean, you know, it comes down to energy management, and he's just getting the absolute most performance he can out of that airplane.
And energy management really comes down to just knowing the plane. He knows exactly what speed that plane's going to start sinking out of the air, and he's keeping it right on the edge.
Oh, nice spot landing by Steph. She was right over the line.
Looks like that's going to be probably
165 or so
far.
She had a 165-foot takeoff, so she's going to have a nice round takeoff and landing numbers here, almost the same. $164 for Steph's second landing. So she had a 165-foot takeoff, 164-foot landing for a combined score of 329 feet. Our competitors are currently in chronological order, first to fifth position, with Levi in first place, 245 feet. Mark in second, 261 feet. Eric in third, 273 feet. Paul in fourth, 316 feet. And Steph in fifth, 329 feet combined.
Now, you can be assured Levi's going to try to improve on his last round numbers, but, you know, all he needs to do is just hold on to that lead and hope these guys can't catch up. And, I mean, that last round was so incredible for him. 245 feet on the last go-around. Can he improve on it? We'll see. It'd have to be in that takeoff.
This light touring class is always really fun to watch because it's almost like stock car class in a way. I mean, they're all flying basically the same airplane. I mean, we got some small differences here in the engine configurations, but what you'll notice is we got a really tight pack here, all in the same airframe, and, you know, all combined scores, you know, within 60 or 70 feet here. I mean, the spread is 245 feet to 329 feet. You know, that just really shows you the consistency and competitiveness of this group, and you really get to see the pilot skill aspect of it. All flying very similar aircraft types here, all 170Bs.
Next heat of light touring is coming by us here. We've got a couple 172s mixed into the heat there. Steve Spence with Green Bean going by earlier. He's probably going to be a tough one to beat.
We got XJJ. That's Max Bullion in CFXJJ taxiing by there, the 172 out of Canada. And in the polished and blue 170B here, we got Levi No Guess. Next up here in this Canadian Cessna 170B, we've got Joey Cretion. And then our last light touring competitor in Heat 2 is our Canadian Mall M7. We got Tom Craddock.
Really cool to see the malls come out here. I kind of wish there was more of them. I think they put on a pretty good show in comparison to the 170s, kind of the other side of four-seat general aviation. Good, nice performing plane. I'm surprised we don't see more of them.
Yeah, it gives a nice little, you know, a tube and fabric airplane in the mix with all the metal Cessnas.
Got to have something to offset all these tin cans.
All right, Levi's pulling up to the line here for his third and final go-round. Levi's best takeoff was last round at 147 feet. He coupled that with a 98-foot landing, currently in first position.
Now he's going to be down on power compared to the rest, but he seems to make it look good. Perfect rotation speed. You can see as soon as he rotates, the tires come off the ground, and that is exactly what you want to see.
Levi is always a technician when it comes to his technique, being able to wring absolutely the most out of that airplane. 162 feet they called for his third and final takeoff.
Previous takeoff for Levi was a 147. So again, all he has to do is just kind of stay in there, and his last set's going to look really good.
Mark Hasner away now. He's currently holding the shortest takeoff portion of our light touring class with a 96-foot takeoff last round.
If he can just get that landing down, I mean, he's right in there with that 96-foot takeoff last time. If he can get it under 150 on this go-around, he might be able to give Levi a run for his money.
154 is what they called that takeoff.
All right, so best set, we're looking at 245, so he needs to be right around 90 and some change.
And here goes Eric Peltier.
Again, good rotation. You can see he rotated a little bit early before the tire's ready to come off, and that does extend your takeoff by about 20 feet.
Paul Keach at the line now. Eric's right in the mix, too. He's got a 273-foot combined, which is within 10 feet of position 2 and 30 feet of position 1. .168 they called for Eric Peltier.
Paul Keach in the orange and silver plane. Pretty nice little takeoff. He's currently in fourth.
Stephanie on the line now for her third and final takeoff. She's got a best takeoff so far of 165 feet.
Paul Keach at 155, just 1 foot longer than Mark Hasner on this one.
Looks like Steph's going to be right in the mix there with her 165-foot takeoff. 170 they called that one.
So it looks like everybody's right in that zone. We've got the shortest takeoff of this round at 154 and the longest at 170. So everybody's right in the 160 range. If we can see some 90-footers here, we're going to be hot on the heels of Mark Hasner's best score of Sorry, Levi's score of 245.
Yeah, and like I was saying before, I mean, that's really the interesting thing about this category. I mean, it's not just how similar the airplanes are, but also seeing the consistency of the pilots. But, you know, just because all these airplanes are similar doesn't mean the pilots are going to be able to be so tight of a pack like this. So, you know, we're within 60 feet here across the board.
Levi currently the king of the landing here. He's gonna pick a nice conservative one on this one. His last round is really gonna speak for itself.
.130 feet for Levi with his 162-foot landing. He's going to hold on to his best score from last round of 245 feet combined and also maintain number one position currently. Mark Hasner now. He had a 154-foot takeoff this round. Little burp of power to make the line. Not quite going to be enough to catch Levi.
If anybody is watching the live right now or you just want to keep up with the results, they have live scoring on ValdezFlyIn.com. The scores are being posted live to that website right now.
Eric Peltier on final now for his third and final landing. Has a best landing distance so far of 128 feet, which is a very good score.
Looks like he's going to stick with the tried and true drag it in method here. Chop and drop over the line, get on the brakes hard. That little bounce, they consistently keep doing that with that low and slow approach. Hurts you by about 15 foot.
So Mark Hasner's last landing was 190 feet, so he's going to hold on to his previous better score from round two combined of 261 feet, which is going to maintain his current second place position. Levi will be happy to hold on to number one there. And then 137 feet for Eric Peltier's landing just now. Paul Keach coming over the line. Ooh, little short.
For anybody watching remotely, we are streaming on YouTube right now, if you look up Valdez Fly-In. And that is courtesy of the South Anchorage High School media team is here doing the live today.
All right, Steph's our fifth and final competitor for the final round of Heat 1, light touring. Remember, we are going to have a second heat of light touring. All these will be scored together. But so far, out of our first heat, we've got Levi Althans maintaining position 1, Mark Hasner maintaining position 2, and Eric Peltier maintaining position 3.
Stephanie, a little tail touch there, but that doesn't count. She's over the line. Looks like she's going to have a good, safe roll out there at about 220.
Yeah, 215, 220 probably there. She had a 170-foot takeoff. 215 feet for a combined score of 385 feet this round. All right, so Heat 2's taxiing up to the line now.
So far, Heat 1, best combined takeoff and landing of 245. Of course, Steve Spence is always, he's a real hot competitor, so we'll see if he can beat that. But so far, 245 and Heat 1 is the score to beat.
So far, we've had takeoffs and landings under 100 feet in Heat 1. So we'll see if Heat 2 can bring the competition. All right, here comes Steve Spence in the green bean, another longtime Valdez competitor. He's won this competition many different years. It's a little unusual to see a 172 clock some of the numbers that he's about to clock.
The landing on this plane is really incredible. You know, you don't have to worry about nosing the plane over like a tailwheel plane. So much like the Helios, he can just get right on the brakes and screech to a stop, courtesy of those Alaskan bush wheels, which he likes to get all of the use out of.
Steve's got a 180 horse. Well, I don't know if it's 180 horse. He's got an 0360 conversion.
Around 180 plus or minus.
He's also got wing extensions, Sportsman STOL, VGs. Very lightweight. I mean, this plane is absolutely stripped. Super, super lightweight.
Along with that tail skid, custom spring-loaded tail skid back there, which he likes to make use of.
Steve's got a bigger than normal propeller on here too. I forget exactly which one it is. Do you remember, Gabe? Is he got a Trailblazer on there? What is?
I think it is. I can't remember if it's a Trailblazer. I want to say it was one of the aluminum Macaulays. But it's definitely a hot rod prop for the plane. It's going to come in, you know, right around 80 inches, big constant speed paddle prop. Again, this 172 is called Green Bean. As you might see from the paint job, it is very green. That's about what we've come to expect from Steve Spence with that incredibly short takeoff. So he was just over the 100-foot line. See what the judges come in at.
Max Bullion taxiing up to the line out of Canada. 108 feet, they called that for Steve Spence's first takeoff.
108 feet, I believe that is so far our best takeoff of this class. Next best was the 119 from Mark Hasner. No, sorry.
Well, no, we had a 96.
from
Mark Hasner had a 96 from last heat.
Fairly box stock 172 there, doing what the pilot operating handbook says can't be done and taking off in under 300 feet.
Levi no guess on the line now in the 170B. Levi's
like
also going to be flying later in the competition, I believe in one of the Badlands Travelers.
Another one of these big engine 170Bs, going to have a 0360 under the hood.
Max Bullion in the 172 had a 258-foot takeoff. Levi in the 170B just away, 190 feet. And on the line now we have Joey Cretion, also in a 170B.
Oh yeah, big lift the tail there. You can see him just holding the brakes as that engine winds up. Tail goes way up there. And then he is off in about 200 feet.
Tom Craddock on the line now in our tube and fabric addition to the light touring category. Our only non-Cessna competitor in the Mall M7. I believe it's an MX7.
These malls can be pretty competitive. We don't see a whole lot of them out for light touring, but let's see what he can do here.
The Maul is going to have a slightly shorter wing than our 172 and 170B competitors, but it's also got a bigger engine, so that allows them to compensate in other areas as far as these combined scores.
Weight's going to be about the same, so it's a very competitive aircraft. It's just the typical Maul kind of thing is put a big old engine on a small airframe and see how it does, and he is doing pretty good.
That's an 0360, 180 horsepower, fixed pitch with cruise power. Oh, cruise power.
Got it. All right. So we just heard from Tom's camp here. It is actually, that's 180 horse. So that's a 0360 powered MX-7 Maul. So actually, basically the exact same engine that these 170Bs are running. So.
And he is running a cruise prop as opposed to some of these like constant speed or short takeoff props. So that's going to hurt him a little bit, but that 0360 does sing pretty good.
So 230 feet there for Tom Craddock's first takeoff. In Heat 2, our shortest takeoff so far has been Steve Spence in the Green Bean at 108 feet. He's on short final now for his first landing. He's going to be looking for probably under 100 feet here. But I hate to keep beating this up and overstressing it, but we have no wind today, so these are very, very honest numbers for these competitors.
And Steve is a very serious competitor here. You can see him just trying to get every bit out, and he's going to really get on those brakes. Yep, hear him squeaking. Just over 125. I firmly believe he can improve on that in the next go around, but so far that's going to be one of our better scores of the entire class.
Yeah, Steve's going to get a nice clean run on the board here. 133-foot landing. That gives him a combined score of 241
Give Steve a wave.
feet.
That was a fantastic takeoff and landing.
And that actually puts Steve currently in #1 position, even including all the competitors from Heat 1 at 241 feet combined.
A nice stock 172 come across the line there. Ooh, did he touch or did he not? Yep, a little squeak from those tires. We'll see what the judges say on that landing. Was it a scratch or no?
Very respectable landing, though. I mean, 220, 215 maybe? I mean, we're talking fairly stock 172. I mean, this is a trainer airplane.
It looks like he might have gotten the wave there from the judges. Let's see how they call it.
Yeah, they're going to call that a scratch, so we're going to get a no score there for Max Bullion, but still very impressive. I mean, just goes to show, you don't need some super crazy tricked out airplane. Just fly what you got and fly it well.
All right, another 170B coming in here. He's cooking. He's going to need to get on those brakes pretty hard.
It's Levi No Guess. He's going to be out the back. We're going to call that a 300-foot landing.
A good conservative landing. That's one of those kind of low and slow approaches, and he was carrying a little extra. So in the real world, and that's an important difference, is we see a lot of competitors going a little bit longer, but you have to understand a lot of these real-world pilots that are doing this on rough gravel bars and areas where you really don't want to come up short, they're going to go a little bit longer, and that's just the name of the game, The guys that are coming in real short and slow are familiar with STOL competition, and they play it that way. It's very, very different from real-world flying conditions.
Yeah, we don't have any logs out on the taxiway right now to rip a gear leg off if any of our competitors come up short. But that's the reality when you're out in the bush.
We got Tom. Sorry.
This is Joey Cretion.
Floating over the line a little bit there. Looks like he's probably going to go out the back.
He had a 200-foot takeoff, but he's going to be out the back on the landing. So Tom Craddock now on final in the 180 horsepower Maul is going to round out our first set of Heat 2 in light touring.
We'll see if he can clean up this landing. Takeoff was a little bit longer on that. Again, it's a 0360 with a cruise prop, so the prop's going to hold him back a bit. But
he did fly all the way in from Canada, so
cruise prop's understandable.
Checks out. That checks out.
He's really trying to drag it in, just feet above the pavement. Tail wheel touches. Ooh. That's that energy management game. You get half a mile an hour off your target speed, and you're gonna be touching down a little short.
All right, so round one of Heat 2 light touring. Steve Spence taking the #1 position overall with a 108-foot takeoff, 133-foot landing for 241 feet. Levi Althans from Heat 1 moving to position 2 with a combined score of 245 feet, only 4 feet in between him and Steve Spence. And then Mark Hassner from Heat 1 in 3rd position, 261 feet.
Steve Spence towing up the line with Green Bean for his, this is our 2nd round of takeoffs. Steve's a pretty serious competitor. He knows exactly when that plane needs to rotate. It looks like he's going to be pretty consistent here right around that 125 mark.
112 feet there for Steve Spence, just absolutely peeling that airplane off the ground.
108 for his first, 112 for his second takeoff. Extremely consistent. We got
Max Bullion now, out of Canada. Had a 258-foot first takeoff. I think he might be a little under that. He's going to shave 20 feet off of that, I think, this round. Levi Nogues on the line now in the 170B. He had a 190-foot first takeoff. 232 feet there for Max Bullion, shaving over 20 feet off his first takeoff.
Joey Cretion pulling up the line in another 170B here. Kind of round out the 170s for this heat.
Arctic Legacy flight still there. So there's computer rolling through
Looks like a pretty good takeoff from Joey Cretion there. His previous was, looks like 200-ish.
Tom Craddock on the line now, had a 230-foot first takeoff. 176 feet they called there for Joey Cretion, just away. We've had a lot of scratches so far on round one for our Heat 2 competitors. So everybody's going to be looking for a nice clean landing this round.
Pretty good takeoff there. He's going to be right around just past 200. It's going to put him on the board. Tom Craddock previously with a 230. He's probably going to be fairly consistent right there.
193 feet for Tom Craddock.
Oh, good improvement over the first go around. So far we've got a 112, 232, 209, 176, and a 193 on the board for Heat 2. Steve Spence with that 112. He is coming back around the patch here and dragging it down the taxiway for his second landing. See if he can walk away from the rest of the pack. Looks like so far he's in first with a 241, and then Levi's right behind him with a 245 combined.
Yeah, again, just a really tight pack with this light touring category. Every year these guys are always super, super dialed. It's always a really tight pack.
Steve killing off that last 10 foot of altitude. Perfect timing. Right over the line and a stop right around 150.
Yeah, it's going to be like 149 feet.
A little bit longer than the last combined score at 261 is what he's coming in at there.
Yep, 149 there, so he's going to hang on to his 241 from last round. Still comfortably in the #1 position so far.
comfortably being 4 total feet in the number 1 position.
Well, Levi doesn't have any more rounds, so
That's true. That's true. That's true.
Max Bullion now coming in for his second landing. He had a scratch first go around, but this one looks like he's going to be good.
Yep, that one is comfortably over the line, screeching those little tires.
Locking it up.
Just hear him begging for mercy out there.
One of the benefits of a nose wheel aircraft. Get on those tires as hard as you want to. Max had a 232-foot takeoff this round. That was a 205-foot landing for a combined score of 437. Very impressive for a mostly, what appears to be a mostly stock 172.
And that is the benefit. These nose wheel planes, you can just absolutely lock up the tires. You just know when he gets back, his tire guy is going to be loving this competition.
Levi, no guess on final now. He had a 305-foot landing first go around. He had a 209-foot takeoff for round 2. Ooh, a little short. That's going to be a scratch for Levi.
You can see him working that rudder, though. It looks like the wind might have shifted just a little bit here, and we're picking up a little tiny bit of crosswind, so things are going to get real interesting coming up here in these next heats.
Joey Cretion out of Canada on a long, low final here. He's going to be dragging it in. He was a little short during round 1, but he's got a very respectable 176-foot takeoff this round, so he'll be looking to be over the line and get something on the board here. Really managing that energy. That's going to be good.
All right, now abuse those bush wheels.
No warranties.
No warranties. Case-by-case basis. Why did they call that a scratch?
Well, it looks like they've got that as a no score. They might have counted it as out the back. Tom Craddock now in the Mall MX-7. He was a little short. It's going to be another scratch. All right, so third and final round of Heat 2. Steve Spence still comfortably in first position, 241 feet. Got a couple competitors in this second heat who have still not recorded a score, so they'll be looking to get on the board in this third and final round to see if they can mix up that top 3 positions. Steve Spence and Green Bean taxiing up now. He's looking to beat his current best takeoff of 108 feet, which is only 12 feet longer than the best takeoff in this entire category combined.
Well, Steve's looking pretty good on the last score. He doesn't necessarily need to improve it, but we know he'll try.
We got our Bush class competitors taxiing out. They'll be our next heat. These are going to be our Piper Super Cubs, Aviat Huskies, smaller Piper type aircraft. First up, we got Matt Walsnick there in the cream-colored Super Cub out of Canada.
Oh, nice.
Coming by right now in the white and dark blue PA-18 is Cash Carr, former Valdez champion. always highly competitive.
Got Denny Siri pulling up across the in front of us here. Longtime competitor. Just all around nice guy. He is going to be flying his wife Jane's plane today. She couldn't make it, so he'll fly in absentia.
Denny is also a former Valdez champion. So we should see some good competition here between these guys. And then our fourth and final competitor in the Bush class, taxiing by now, is Paul Skoski in an Aviat Husky. It's an A1B model. Husky's got longer flaps than a P18 Super Cub.
As he likes to show us right there.
Yep, a couple other minor differences between the Husky and the Super Cub, so we'll see how that plays out.
Husky's kind of the OG X Cub. Tried to make it faster, more comfortable, more powerful, more capable than the Super Cub. They did a pretty good job.
Well, looks like Steve Spence has done it. He's going to be right around that 100-foot mark, clocking in a new best takeoff for his 3 rounds, 101 feet. Max Bullion now, out of Canada.
Previously with a 436 on that plane. He's been doing pretty good, 200-foot takeoff and landing, about average.
Yeah, again, very respectable for that aircraft and current wind condition.
Gonna rotate, and oh, it's just clawing off the ground there. That little 150 horse 6-cylinder Continental is just screaming for dear life, doing its best, and it's doing pretty respectable.
Levi No Gas on the line now, looking to beat his best takeoff so far of 190 feet. 277 feet for Max Bullion.
Picking up the tail there. Let's see him rotate, and good timing. Looks like the tires left the ground around that 175 mark. Judges seem to be agreeing for the most part. Great takeoff for a 170.
Got Joey Cretion on the line now. He had a 176-foot takeoff round 2.
Our last 2 competitors here all the way from Canada. Big shout out to them for making the trip out here. Always good seeing our northern neighbors make it down to Valdez.
Yeah, we always have a really, really good showing from the Canadian contingent. So, like Gabe said, big thanks to them.
Getting that little tail bounce in there. You'll see some of these competitors like to use that T3 tail suspension to kind of bounce the plane up off the ground. It's kind of a neat technique.
So Levi had a 182-foot takeoff, and then Joey just away had a 186-foot takeoff for this 3rd and final round. Tom Craddock now in the mall, looking to beat a 193-foot best takeoff so far. Spooling up that fire-breathing 180-horse Lycoming.
Judges called that a 212 for Tom Craddock, 212.
All right, Steve Spence coming around now, long final. Looking to beat his best landing so far, 133 feet.
This time around, it's just for vanity. He's already pretty much secured this thing, so we'll see if he can make that lead even wider.
Really just dragging it in.
Really got nothing to lose this time around. You can see him just absolutely trying to lock in the shortest distance, make it look really good.
I mean, honestly, he almost might as well be taxiing right now.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be around the 140 mark. Not quite his shortest, but right smack dab in the middle. Very consistent numbers from Steve Spence, as always.
Steve first combined was 241 and then a 261, and he's 246, so right in the middle.
All right, we got Max Bullion now coming in for his third and final landing at a 204-foot landing last round. He had a 277-foot takeoff this round.
Oh,
Little
just a
short.
Little
Little short. He's going to hold on to his best combined from round 2 of 436 feet. It's about 200-foot takeoff, about 200-foot landing. Very, very respectable numbers.
You got the gist of it this time. Save those little tires. Don't worry about screeching them too bad.
Levi No Guess is going to be our next 170B coming in here. Levi had a 305-foot best landing so far. Only had a 182-foot takeoff this round, so he'll be looking for something around 200 feet for a good landing here.
Trying to manage energy there, get it as slow as possible. See if that tail wheel touches. Nope. Safely over the line. On the brakes and
Yeah. It's going to be about 240 maybe. We'll see what the judges call that, but very tidy landing by Levi No Guess.
hey, what's happening?
You're in second. Second? Yeah. Steve's got you by 4 feet.
Oh, you'll get that. That was an incredible landing.
It looks like you're going to hold on to second, though. I don't think anybody's catching you.
That's pretty good, man.
Joey Cretion coming in for his third and final landing. He is not on the board yet, but he will be now. See if he can mix up our positions here. Very nice landing. Under 200. That's going to be about 188 feet, 190 feet. We'll see what they call it.
See him balancing on those brakes. The tail gets a little bit high. You know, that's something that you're going to see out here. The more you get the weight on the tires, the harder you can brake. To a point, these tail draggers, you can nose them over. And let's knock on wood that we haven't seen that in a little while.
189 feet they called there for Joey Cretion. He had a 186-foot takeoff, gives him a combined score of 375 feet. Tom Craddock now in the mall. Little short.
Yep.
All right, that concludes our second and final heat of light touring. We're going to combine both heats together and figure out who our first, second, and third. Steve Spence is going to be in first with a combined score of 241 feet. Levi Althans is going to be in second with a combined score of 245 feet. And Mark Hasner is going to be in third. Actually, we got, third, with a combined score of 261 feet. So great job by these competitors.
Abe with the lightning eyes here, trying to go over this spreadsheet as quickly as possible.
Yeah,
he
was actually tied with Steve Spence's second run, but Steve Spence already had a shorter one, so. All right, Bush class taxiing out now. First up, we got Matt Walsnick from Canada in a Piper PA-18 Super Cub. We got 3 Cubs and a Husky today in this class, only one heat. here they come out to the line.
All right, Matt Wolzniak is off in his Super Cub to start off our Bush Class heat.
Nicely done. Looks like Matt's got STOL flaps on there, 35-inch tires, belly pod. It's not going to be the lightest Cub, but it's going to be very well matched with Cash Car here. It looks like they're running about the same configuration minus the belly pod.
Yep, they both got the big tires. I believe Cash is running the 0320 engine as opposed to the 0360. Most of these planes, I believe Denny also is. But yeah, STOL flaps are well represented here. Cash is always just master of that plane. He's a frequent competitor. I mean, I think both Abe and I have flown against him at Squintna, and he's just hard to beat. He's always right up there at the top of the board.
So we got 159 feet for Matt Wolzniak and 126 feet for Cash Car, and Dennis Seary at the line now. Denny's probably got the lightest plane.
Jane's plane, by the way.
Jane, sorry, I apologize. Jane's plane. Jane probably has the lightest plane in the competition in this heat. But his is a little more, he's running more of a stock configuration.
Denny's making it look good there. He has a little bit different approach to takeoff. He likes to let the plane fly when it's ready. He's tried to teach me that. I still don't agree, but he beats me, so who's right, who's wrong? 132
for Denny, just 6 feet longer than Cash Car's takeoff, so the two of them are going to be duking it out. We got Paul Skoski now out of Kenai Peninsula in the Aviat Husky A1B.
Now the Husky's going to be a little bit heavier, but it also has a much more powerful engine, bigger flaps, a lot of modifications that should make it very competitive here.
Yeah, it's going to be power versus weight here between the Cubs and the Husky. The Husky's probably heavier than these other three Cubs, but it's got a little bit bigger flaps and constant speed propeller.
He was definitely letting the power do the talking there, letting the plane kind of claw itself off the ground. I'll see how that turns in.
184 feet for Paul Skoski's first takeoff. So we got a shortest takeoff, Cash Car, 126 feet. Closely followed by Denny Seary, though, at 132 feet. The two of them are always back and forth, very consistent, so should see a lot of mixing it up between the two of them. Matt Wolzniak also always in the mix. He's a longtime Valdez competitor as well, making the flight in from, I believe it's Whitehorse area in Yukon.
Matt Wolzniak, a guide and mechanic up in Whitehorse. He's been coming to these events for a long time.
Here he is now on short final. He had a 159-foot first takeoff.
Let's see, and try to get everything out of that plane. Oh, that is right on the line. Let's see how they call it.
Very clean, but let's see if they call it a scratch. I think they are. Right on the line, right before the line.
Yeah, looks like they gave him the wave.
Yeah, scratch on that one for Matt, but very, very great job. Couldn't have been more than a couple inches short.
It's those big tires, you know. Any part of the rubber falls before the line, and you got a whole lot of tire there to touch on both sides. So. You'll see these working planes. We got these Super Cubs out here, and they almost all have the Alaska Bush Pod on there. Another great product out of Wasilla. Really expands the capability of the Super Cub to haul a whole lot more.
Yeah, and even though the Super Cub has a little shorter flaps than the Husky, 2 of the 3 cubs out here have the STOL double slotted flaps, so that's going to really increase the effectiveness, including Cash Car here dragging it in over the line. Very nice job by Cash.
You see they're using kind of the same technique as the 170Bs, and that kind of get it over the line and then cut the throttle and drop hard on the tires.
Looks like it's going to be about 126 feet, which was actually exactly what Cash's takeoff distance was, 126. Yep, 126, 126 for a combined 252. Very consistent.
The difference you'll see between these and the Cessnas is they really don't bounce when you chop and drop them like that, and that's courtesy of the suspension. A big advancement in Super Cubs, but all bush planes in the last few years has been these shocks. Cash Car's got a set of the Acme shocks on there. You'll see planes coming through with the Bush Wheels tie shocks. I believe Denny's still running the Burrell's AOSS or some bungees on there. But the suspension makes a massive difference in these. You're not having the plane bounce up and not able to stop.
Yeah, there's really no such thing as a stock P-18 Super Cub anymore, but when we look at Denny's airplane here, what we see is like
stock.
More conventionally, what you would see for, an average working Cub.
You saw him get a little bit of bounce in there, and that's exactly what we're talking about. That little bit of bounce eats up a lot of landing distance, and it can certainly hurt you if you don't manage that with some suspension.
So Denny had a 132-foot takeoff this round. He's got a 161-foot landing there for a combined score of 293, so Cash is going to edge him out by 35 feet or so there, 40 feet. Paul Skoski now on short final. Oh,
touch
going
the
to be
tire.
early on the scratch there.
Yep.
So that's round 1 for our Bush class. So far, we've got Cash Car in first position, 252 feet combined. Denny Siri in second position, 293 combined. Our other 2 competitors are currently no score, so they're going to be looking to get on the board in round 2 here. Matt Walsnick taxiing out to get that rolling.
Matt Wolzniak back up the line in that blue and white Super Cub, 35-inch bush wheels, big bush pod. He's got the big old tail wheel on there, pistol flaps. This thing's a ripper, and so far he's looking pretty good. Looks like he had a great takeoff last round and then a scratch. So we'll see if he can make this round stick.
The tail came right up. Very nice job there by Matt Walsnick. No tail slap or anything. I mean, he really got that tail right up in the air, but when he rotated, that tail wheel tire never touched the ground. So perfect timing.
That's a tough technique to master. Again, any sort of mistiming of it, you're either rotating early and you're slapping the tail, or you're rotating late and you're giving up land or takeoff distance. So it's a very difficult thing to master the timing of that.
148 feet there for Matt's second takeoff. Cash Car now.
Second round.
Cash had 126-foot first takeoff. Looks like he's going to be maybe just a touch longer than that on this one, but again, very consistent. That's one thing you'll notice with Cash. His numbers are always super consistent. He's got that thing absolutely dialed in.
Very, very consistent. You saw him rotate maybe just a little bit early that last time. Again, that's very much dictated by if we have wind, not have wind, takeoff speed. So he's getting it dialed in there.
150 feet for Cash Car. Denny Siri rolling now.
Denny letting it fly off. You can see how Denny does that. He's got that let it fly itself sort of thing going on, which seems to be working out pretty good for him so far.
I think we had about 148 feet or so is what it looked like there for Denny Siri. See what the judges call it. 149. So we got a tight heat so far. We got 148, 150, and 149 on the takeoff so far this round. Paul Skoski now in the Husky is looking to beat his 184-foot first takeoff. Looks like he's going to be around that 190-foot mark or so, consistent with his first round. $194 for Paul Skoski. As our competitors are coming around here for their second landing, we just want to give a special thanks to the city of Valdez, the largest contributor to this event. It really would not be possible without the city's support. So really, really thankful for the city and all its employees and everything that they do for this community and this event. So thanks a lot to them. Here comes Matt Wolsnick now. Matt had a scratch on his first landing, but he had a 148-foot takeoff. So if Matt can get a clean score here, he'll definitely be looking to mix up the standings. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he is master of that spot landing. I mean, he's within inches of his first landing, but it's just one side or the other of that line. It's looking pretty good at 200.
So with Matt's 148-foot takeoff, he's going to be right around that 200 mark. Let's see what they call it.
This is pretty good for basically what is guide aircraft. You know, these are really not a built for competition plane. They are Super Cubs that each and every one of these competitors use on a nearly daily basis to go into the roughest parts of Alaska, Canada, all over the U.S.
So we got 196 there for Matt Wolsnick, so that gives him a combined score of 344. So Cash Carr is going to hold on to that number 1 position in our Bush class. Denny Siri is currently in number 2 position. Cash Carr now on final. He had a 150-foot takeoff this round, which is 24 feet longer than his first takeoff. So he's going to need a real short landing here to beat his own current best score, but we'll see if he can get it under 100 feet.
So far, so good for Cash. He is currently in the lead in our first round. Save it with some throttle, and he's on the ground.
That was masterfully done. It's very, very hard to hit a spot right on the line like that when you're having to adjust power the way that Cash just did. So, I mean, very, very difficult to do that and not just balloon over the line.
Another huge change that's been happening in the last couple of years is in propellers. Typically, when you see a competitor coming in like that and they save it, the metal props are very slow to spool up and spool down.
So 154 feet there for Cash gives him a combined 304. Denny Siri down now. He's going to be just over 200, maybe 215-ish. Also not good enough to squeak out his existing best score from round 1. Paul Skoski and the Husky on final now.
Husky, again, very different, built very much for speed, load hauling. It's going to have a much bigger engine, constant speed propeller. So it's really more like a 170 kind of slipped into a Super Cub skin.
We're going to be out the back there for Paul, so it'll be a 300. We'll record that as a 300-foot landing. He had a 194-foot takeoff. So everybody's holding on to their scores from round 1, with the exception of Paul Skoski, who had a scratch in round 1, so he's going to take round 2 to get on the board here. Third and final round for the Bush class. Standings are first position Cash Carr, combined score 252 feet. Second position Dennis Siri, combined score 293 feet. Third position Matt Wolsnick, combined score 344 feet. And fourth position Paul Skoski, 544 feet. Matt Wolsnick with a 135-ish foot takeoff. We'll see what the judges call that. Looking like it's going to be his shortest one of the day.
Cash Carr still holding on to it with a 252. Last one for him was a 304, so he kind of slipped a little bit.
137 there for Matt Walsnick.
That's looking pretty good. Matt's coming along 159, 148, now 137. He might give Cash a run for his money on this round.
Yeah, one of.
Now he's getting that timing down. You can see that timing when he rotates, the tires come off the ground. He's getting it dialed right in.
Cash is going to be just a touch longer than Matt was there, maybe into the 140s, but pretty tight. Oh, 139, so 2 feet longer. So those two are going to be neck and neck on heat 3 here, and we got Denny Seary looking to beat his best takeoff so far of 132 feet. Not sure he was able to squeak it out there, but he's going to be right in the mix with his existing scores of 132 and 149. See what they call it. Paul Skoski taxiing up to the line now in the Husky. He's got a best takeoff so far of 184 feet. .166 they called for Denny.
Paul on his third and final takeoff here. Big engine of the Huskies hauling it off the ground just over the 200 mark.
Yeah, it looks like they might be in the 180, 190 range there, right in line with his first 2 takeoffs of 184 and 194. 189 feet they called for takeoff number 3 for Paul Skoski. All right, as our competitors are coming around for their third and final landing, we'd like to give a big thanks to one of our presenting sponsors, Cub Crafters. Got the NX Cub on display over here. Definitely make sure to check that out. 2,300 pound gross weight, 215 horsepower engine, constant speed propeller, cruise at 150 mile an hour, 43 mile an hour stall speed. Comes in tail wheel, nose wheel, certified experimental or kit form.
And that plane's going to be over at Alaskan Aircraft Sales for demo. If anybody wants to look into it after this show, they can see it over at Alaska Aircraft Sales.
So big thanks to Cub Crafters for helping support this show, as they have many years in the past. All right, Matt Walsnick coming in now. Third and final landing, looking to beat his best landing score of 196 feet from last round. Nice slow approach. Just going to hold it off till the line. It's going to be good.
Hard on those brakes.
Way shorter than his
very nice
last
very nice.
landing. We'll see if he can.
So Matt Walsniak take off at a 137. Let's see what that landing comes out at. But it looked like it was going to be right in there in the 300 total combined mark.
174 feet.
311 total for Matt Walsniak. It's going to be his best round of this heat.
Puts him currently in third position. Kashkar and Denny Seary are going to hang on to that 1-2 spot. 2 of them duking it out. Cash pretty comfortably edging Denny out by 35 feet or so combined. So Denny's going to need a real good showing here. Cash has a best landing so far of 126 feet from round 1.
Oh, skipping that 35-inch bush wheel, a little squeak, but man, that is a tidy landing for Kashkar.
No warranties.
No warranties, no returns.
.119 feet for Cash. Great landing. His shortest so far gives him a combined score for this round of 258, which is not quite good enough to beat his own 252 from round 1. So he'll hang on to that and position number 1. Denny Seary now.
It's always a pretty good lander. He's got it down there. Little bounce, but he's hard on the
Great.
brakes.
Great spot, though.
Boy, that might just be the shortest one so far in the Bush class.
"114 feet for Denny Seary. So the shortest landing so far in the Bush class, but not enough combined to take that #1 spot from Cash. So Cash is going to stay in first place, combined score 252. Denny's going to stay in second place with a new best combined of 280. And Paul Skoski now in the Husky.
Nice gentle landing. He's kind of working it in here. It's going to probably just go out the back over 300. While we have a gap in the Bush class here, waiting for the next heat to come up, this Bush class is sponsored by Alaskan Bush Wheels, the prize being a set of 31-inch Bush wheels. So I'd like to thank Alaska Bush Wheels, aka myself, for sponsoring this event.
Yes, thank you, Gabe,
Thank me, thank you.
for everything that you do.
No problem, buddy.
We'd also like to thank one of our other presenting sponsors, Wilson Brothers. They're a longtime presenting sponsor of the show, wonderful contributor to the Valdez community, and we appreciate everything they do for that and for supporting the show. We may be taking a break from the STOL competition here. We've got a couple other events that are going to happen to break things up here in the middle. We're going to have another demo, or not a demo, Undaunted Air Show is going to do another aerobatic routine, and we may have some demos by the C-130 or possibly the Coast Guard here as well. A couple other organizations we'd like to recognize for their support are the Alaska Airmen's Association. I want to thank them for coming out. They had a pancake breakfast this morning. Big supporter of all things Alaska aviation. Huge part of their mission is to, protect, preserve, and promote general aviation in Alaska, and that includes their support of this event.
So if you're not a member of the Alaska Airmen's Association, go sign up over at the tent here. They're doing great stuff for aviation in Alaska. They sponsor a lot of these events, most of the STOL events, and we can't thank them enough for helping put on this show.
How many are left?
We got 2 classes with 3 heats. Also, a big thank you to Alaska Airlines. They're our air traffic control sponsor for this year. Their commitment to safety in aviation shows when they sponsor our temporary air traffic control tower at this event. They flew, we've got some great air traffic controllers that come up and work the temporary tower just for this event, and they come from all over the country to be up here and help us out with that. And big thanks to Alaska Airlines for getting them here. He does it again. Trick. Collusion.
Dennis Brisket is amazing.
Yeah, that's good. I texted Lucas.
Maximum performance on it.
So yeah, these guys are going to go. They're C-130s are warming up, and then the Undaunted is going to fly.
Okay. come back in a little bit, or?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, free to do what you want, hang out, or?
Well, we got all the way through Alaska Airlines.
Okay.
Hey, so much for you. You want to get some brisket back?
Where are you getting these beers from?
I don't know, man. They got the beer tent down there. I was thinking about just hooking it back over, and I got a cooler full of Mexican sauces. Double Chicos.
Oh, I love those.
Yeah, Double Chicos are, they're on point. They're on point. Like, pop a couple of tops in the Intermission there.
You want any more? You done with those guys? You want any more?
No, you're good, man. I already have my half.
And there goes our Coast Guard folks. Had a fantastic demonstration a little bit earlier. They got to head back. They got some stuff to do back in town. We've also got our Coast Guard C-130 down the other end of the runway getting to take off as well. Gabe and Abe will be back shortly once we resume the short takeoff landing competition. Just taking a short break here. Again, we have the Coast Guard C-130 taking off. We've also got Undaunted. If you missed their show this morning, they are back for their afternoon performance. It is spectacular, so that is a treat for you here. As always, we thank all of our servicemen and women of the United States Armed Forces. It's always great to see the United States Coast Guard here. The Alaska Air National Guard is here. And of course, you can see our crash truck there that will be performing a demonstration tomorrow after the flower bombing. Talk a lot more about that really cool truck tomorrow. Yeah, we still do have a couple of classes yet to go, each with 3 heats. So we still have some STOL competition to come. As the boys from Undaunted are getting warmed up and ready to go, I'd like to continue thanking some more of our sponsors here. Chugach Naswick Suites, Best Western. Thank you guys for being lodging sponsors for our aerobatics performers. Alpine Air, our fuel sponsor for our aerobatics performers. We've also got Colville Transport and Connect Construction and Arctic Legacy Aviation. Thank you guys. Also like to thank Copper Valley Telecom, Petrostar, First National Bank, and Glacier Hotel. Thank you all for helping to sponsor this event. That was on, so that should help. Could be. Once again, you can see right there, you got Todd and Steven. That is Undaunted Air Shows. Getting ready to go. That is Stephen Christopher, or Christo, in the red RV7. And just behind him, you've got Todd Rudberg, or Woody, in the orange RV8. Tell you a little bit about their aircraft. The Undaunted Air Shows utilizes the Vans aircraft series of sports planes, most popular kit planes, founded in 1970. Christo's RV7 is named Margarita, had its first flight in 2010, and Woody's RV8 was completed in 2019. 21 feet long, 24 feet wide. So with each plane 24 feet wide, when they fly together, it seems like they're 47 feet wide. And if you're good at math like me, that's really close. So again, we'll have a little bit more from the STOL competition. We'll have the award ceremony for the STOL competition a little bit later on this evening. In the meantime, as they are down there getting ready to take off, we are joined here once again by Scott Sexton. So welcome back to the booth, Scott. I really appreciated your commentary the first time around. So now you can tell us about your impromptu flight that you gave us that was a surprise to me.
Yeah, I wasn't supposed to fly, but Joe asked if I could go do a little smoke over the cruise ship that came into town and over the town and that kind of thing. So we went over there and burned a little bit of smoke oil. And I had another pilot in the plane with me, so it was legal. Yeah, we went over there and had a little fun and tried to draw an arrow pointing toward the airport, but I don't think it turned out very good. Might have been a question mark, I'm not sure.
Well, it was certainly entertaining, and it wasn't that much of a surprise, considering how much you were saying you were itching to go.
I couldn't help but do burnouts right here in front of everybody. I was egged on by the other pilot, so he's going, you got to do it.
Well,
so I did that.
You have a distinctive plane, so there's no confusing who you are. And now you got your streak is alive.
Yes.
You've flown it.
Yes, I've flown it. Oh, that's true. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Been here 2013 was my first time here, and then we missed COVID that 1 year.
Yeah.
So, but
well,
that
doesn't count.
We still flew though. We were here on Hitchenbrook with Joe.
Yeah. All
so right. we kind of had Valdez just out there. So that was fun. Here they are on the takeoff roll in formation. Taking off in formation is always fun. You get a little bit of wake off the other airplane that's in the lead, so that makes it interesting for the wingman. Smoke on.
And from what you were saying this morning, we do not expect at all any kind of deviations from their performance. It is the same every time.
Most of the time, I actually just talked to Woody, and he said they are changing it up a little bit, but they practice this routine as well. So they've got a couple different routines in their repertoire, but they're going to just do like a couple of maneuvers and then do like a dogfight, which will be fun to watch them chase each other around the sky here.
Well, that's cool.
And then they'll do a couple more maneuvers and then another dogfight sequence. So that'll be kind of fun to watch them do that. It'll be a little bit different than what everybody saw this morning's routine.
Oh, excellent.
So they're doing a couple of 360s and a 180, and they're going to head off to the east here and come back through for the switchblade. Again, if you weren't here this morning and you're kind of new to the air show, flying formation is just a whole nother level of flying. You got to be very precise, know the routine, practice it numerous times. and you're flying within a wingspan of that other airplane. So the wingman is always staring at that plane. They never look away from it.
And of course, we're starting off with Christo in the lead in the red aircraft.
Here they come for the switchblade. You're going to see them go away from us and then cross each other.
Fight's on, fight's on.
Oh, here comes the dogfight.
Going out. Done.
So usually in a dogfight, that's how you start a dogfight, is a head-on pass, and then you just try to get angles on each other to chase each other around, and that's what they're doing. All right. So it looks like Woody's on the tail, chasing Christo around.
Reversing.
Well, considering they aren't armed, they're on the honor system. The tag, you're it.
Yeah. He's a little too close for missiles right now. Now they're doing scissors up there, chasing back and forth, trying to get some spacing between them. And then they're going to form back up and do another couple maneuvers. Their rejoins as they come back into formation, that's what this team does really well. We've watched numerous air shows over the years, and watching these two rejoin in the middle of a loop or in tight turns is extremely difficult, and they make it look so easy.
Circle collection. Flat circle collection. And back on power.
There they are, all formed up again. They make it look so easy. That is very, very difficult to do in an airplane. You can't just hit the brakes.
Especially in this relatively tight box that we have here at the Valdez
Yeah,
Airport.
they're keeping it in a very tight box, and they don't have a lot of room to maneuver with the mountain in the way and all of that. These guys are pros at that.
Reversing. Energy coming in. Good. Avalanche. Here we go.
Here comes the avalanche. So they're rolling across the top. They're going to stop inverted and pull back around, and then aim at each other.
Looks good. Inline rejoin. Yep. Okay, gotcha. Pull it through. Make dip collection.
Here comes another rejoin. A lot of these maneuvers, all the aerobatic pilots fly these same maneuvers, so we all have names for them, like the avalanche and a loop and rolls, Humpty Bumps, things like that. So we draw them on a piece of paper and usually dance with either our hands or our whole body. You'll see aerobatic pilots on the ramp doing a little dance, and they're going through the maneuvers in their head, and with their partner too, usually, if they're a formation team like this.
Flat loop. Here we go.
That's the Twister? Mr. Twister? There's the Mr. Twister.
Line up to the burst.
And they're doing all this while they're talking on the radio at each other, pulling, 5 Gs, straining hard. Pretty cool maneuver. So if anybody doesn't know what a G is, we're all pulling 1 G right now. It's one force of gravity. When you pull G's in an airplane, we'll pull up to 5 G's sometimes in these little airplanes. Some guys, military guys, go all the way up to like 8, 9, and 10. Take your body weight times the G's, and that's what your body feels. So if you're 200 pounds pulling 5 G's, you weigh 1,000 pounds. It kind of hurts.
And I don't think they're wearing G suits. They're just probably using muscle tension.
Yep, no G suits in these planes. And actually, I learned a little trivia here about Blue Angels and Thunderbirds. They do not wear G suits either. They have their arm on their leg holding the stick of the airplane, and if they have a G suit and it pressures up, it moves their arm. And they're so tight formation that that will cause them to hit each other. So they don't wear G suits in those formation teams, the Blue Angels and the Thunderbirds.
Wow.
So they just learn to grunt through the maneuver, squeezing your abdomen to keep the blood from going to your head or your feet. Beautiful loop in formation. Again, that wingman is just staring at one spot on the lead's plane and just never looking away through any of these maneuvers. So the lead's job is to keep him safe. Safe airspeeds and safe distance away from the terrain and the ground and everything else. A lot going on up there.
And as you can see, they've swapped leads again.
Yep. And that's a very difficult thing to do as well, as swapping lead positions, because the roles change completely. They are so close. That is just amazing. I've flown a little bit of formation over the years of flying with my buddies, and we get, within a wingspan, nothing like these guys, but pretty close. And we're concentrating, and it's like a workout. You will be drained of energy within about 15, 20 minutes of doing tight formation work. That's a nice crossing pass. Beautiful loop.
It's just incredible coordination.
It is, yeah. I'm an aerobatic pilot, and I'm in awe of these guys. That just the gracefulness of the maneuvers and the precision of their flying is just it's exceptional.
You think they're doing the exact same thing, but they're actually not quite, because they've got to take a slightly different track. The outside plane's got a little wider.
Speed differences as they're in turns and things. The outer plane has to fly a little faster, so there's speed adjustments going on there, as well as trying to, as they're coming downhill, they've got to slow the plane down maybe, and so it's hard to do in an airplane. You don't have
Swap back
brakes.
to Christo being lead again, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like Chris is back in the lead there. Looks like they're maybe setting up for like a photo pass. We call it a banana pass. Nice big arcing pass in front of the crowd to get a good picture here. Yeah, Joe was just mentioning that the density altitude here at Valdez is usually negative. Oh, beautiful pass here for photos. So density altitude, for those of you that don't know, I'll try to explain it simply, is basically what your airplane thinks it's at as far as the temperatures and pressures that it's feeling. And like on a hot day down in Arizona, the density altitude might be 14,000 feet, which means that your plane feels like it's at 14,000 feet, and so you lose a ton of horsepower and performance. Well, they're here in Valdez with a density altitude of negative 600, which means your airplane thinks it's below sea level, and it has all the performance in the world out here. And Gary Ward, when he flew here at this air show back in the day, you'd watch him climb straight up that mountain. He had so much horsepower in that. He loved flying here because the planes just perform so much better. And it actually feels different, too. I was talking to Todd Woody last year about how they practice, and he actually, they go up to altitude at like 8,000 to 10,000 feet to practice so that when they're at those high density altitude airports, they already know how the plane's gonna feel at those altitudes. And so it just gets better as they go lower, but you need to know what it does up high because it's dangerous. The plane does not perform the same, and it's very noticeable. So even me, I mean, my Citabria, it's a stock 150 horsepower Citabria, and performing here is like flying a decathlon or super decathlon, which is a 180 horsepower airplane. I fly those down in Alabama. When it's hot, they lose about 50% of their power, and so it feels like you don't have all the power. And so when I fly my Citabria up here, it's just performs so much better. And I notice a big difference in flying the two different airplanes, even though one's more powerful than the other. Oh, here they are rolling out after that photo pass. Looks like Christo's down and Todd's just about to touch down. Make sure you give them a big wave. They can't hear you real good, but you can clap and yell. Give them a big wave. They like to see the big waves, the hats and everything, because they can see that you're excited about their flying.
And weather permitting, these guys are going to be flying again tomorrow, 2 more times tomorrow as well. So you can tell your friends, get them out here tomorrow if they missed it. Missed a spectacular show here today.
Yeah, if you don't know anybody that's going to the air show in town, make sure you let them know. It's a really cool event.
Yeah, the weather has been very cooperative here today. Really, really happy,
beautiful
considering
day.
the weather we've had all week.
Yeah, this has turned out beautiful. Can't ask for better weather, really. It's not windy, it's not rainy. Beautiful. We don't want it hot, do we?
No. No, nobody sells sunscreen in Valdez.
That's right.
Oh, it might get a little smoky here, maybe.
So it looks like they're getting in formation here on the ground and going to taxi in front of the crowd. Give them a big wave.
Yeah, make sure you give them all a big wave. Get those hats waving.
Oh, little smoke show.
I guess they got them.
Smoked out the state truck down there. He can't see anything. Awesome job, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, Undaunted Air Shows. Give them a big old wave.
Nice. Love the smoke.
They go through 3 gallons of fuel and twice that in smoke.
Yeah. That's the airplane's version of doing a burnout. All right, well, I guess that's it for me for announcing. I'll let Dwight take over again. Thanks for having me up here, Dwight, and we'll all do this again tomorrow.
Thanks again, Scott. It's awesome to have you up here. You're kind of a natural here, so really appreciate it. You know, one of the things, having you guys and having them in the meetings, because of course, there's a lot of preparation that goes into this event and into these shows, and just the incredible professionalism and the teamwork that they have. You know, they're not from here, but man, they just fit right in. And same with you. And it's it's really nice. It's having it be professional.
Yeah,
really
it
helps
takes
keep
a lot
things
of
safe.
a lot of effort, a lot of work, a lot of practice, and coming together. It's everybody, all the volunteers, all Joe and all his team that put this thing on. It's a lot of work, and they do a great job. And we look forward to coming every year to this. This is one of it's one of my only air show that I do. But all the guys that I know that have come up from the lower 48 to fly in Valdez, it becomes their favorite air show because the crowd is awesome. No one in the world has not that I know of anyway, has an aerobatic box with a mountain in it that you can go play against. I mean, it makes for amazing pictures, backdrop. I mean, Valdez is one of the coolest places to fly an air show. So, yeah, we look forward to coming back every year, and hopefully I'll see you next year flying my airplane again.
That'll be great. All right,
Awesome.
we'll see you tomorrow, too.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, Scott.
Thanks, Scott. Well, the problem with their routine is they have very complex maneuvers that they're doing, and they're not normal.
Hey, there's Dan Reynolds. Well, as we get set for the next heat, about ready to turn this back over to Gabe and Abe. Just a couple of really quick announcements, some housekeeping. If you wouldn't mind, we do have some trash cans around. If you can all help us to make sure we keep this place nice and clean. And if you got any trash around, it would be great if we could get that put in the trash. Just looking around, everything looks pretty good. You guys are already pretty awesome. But just a little reminder there for that. And yeah. Enjoy the remaining competitors from the short takeoff landing competition. Let's turn this back over to the pros, Gabe and Abe.
Thank you very much, Dwight. All right, so next up we're going to have our light sport class. We've got two competitors today. Up first we got Dan Reynolds in the Chinook, all the way from Canada, the white and green. And then second here, we got Tim Schrage in a Just Aircraft Super STOL. That's it.
Couple of really hot shot, short takeoff and landing planes here. I mean, Dan Reynolds is just always won this class, but you know, a Super STOL is just what it sounds like. It's also pretty good at this, so it'll be fun to see these two kind of stand off against each other.
Dan Reynolds is going to be quite a bit lighter than Tim. He's got a 2-stroke Rotax engine in that Chinook. And then Tim Schrage in the Super STOL, he's got a larger 4-stroke Rotax in his aircraft.
It's the Rotax class.
This class is for aircraft under 1,320 pounds, which there's a pretty big range actually in that, you know, within that category.
It really is. I mean, Dan Reynolds' plane is probably more properly an ultralight. It's coming in at, you know, far under 1320, and the Super STOL is going to be a little bit closer to that, but still, you probably got a weight difference of about 300 pounds between these planes, which is certainly you're going to be seeing that. Dan Reynolds' Rotax 503, I believe, is what's powering that. It's going to be about a 50 horsepower engine, whereas the Rotax in the Super STOL is going to be the bigger 4-stroke. He's going to be doing about 100 horsepower, so double the horsepower, maybe a little bit more on the weight. It'll certainly be competitive.
Dan flies that thing to Valdez from Canada every year, which is quite a feat, and a little, like Gabe said, ultralight type aircraft like that.
Powered by basically a 2-stroke snow machine engine. Dan does some custom work, and he says it's extremely reliable. But that's where you really get all the weight savings, is with that much smaller engine. But it's a power to weight game.
I would guess
so well.
I would guess his cruise speed on the flight from Canada is probably less than a snow machine, though.
Probably a little less, yeah.
Dan's done quite a few modifications to this Chinook. This is a kit aircraft you can buy, but he's added leading edge slats to his, as well as larger, heavier duty gear, among other modifications.
What's that, 2-stroke Scream? Brah.
So it took Dan 14 hours to fly here in that Chinook.
Probably about an hour more than a snow machine would take.
76 feet, though, for Dan's first takeoff there. Tim Schrage now in the Just Aircraft Super STOL.
This thing is much like the Helio Courier. It's got leading edge slats. They're automatic deploy, as well as some really big flaps and roll spoilers. And you can see the massive shocks on there. The whole plane is built around the shock absorbers, both in the front and rear. So landing is definitely going to be its specialty, but we'll see what he can do on takeoff.
Yeah, the Super STOL has that really beefy outrigger style gear. You can really just slam them down. So when Tim comes in to land, you know, you can really drag it in. It's very steep, you know, high angle of attack, and just really let that outrigger gear just kind of soak up, you know, that hard landing.
looks pretty good. Not quite as short as Dan's takeoff.
I think
Of course, the weight's going to play a factor there.
98 feet there for Tim Schrage. I think Tim said the empty weight on his Super STOL is around 800 pounds. I think Dan's probably
About 500 or 600
maybe
pounds.
500, yeah.
Yeah.
So Tim's got twice the horsepower, about 300 extra pounds, but the main thing is going to be the wing loading. That Chinook is so light, but if you look at it, it doesn't really have a tiny wing. I mean, it's got a pretty properly sized wing, and he's got slats on there too, so just super lightly loaded. As you see him coming around final here to come in, I mean, this thing just like hangs out like a kite on final, and it's just because that wing loading is so low.
Another huge consideration with these planes on landing is going to be the braking distance. All of that weight comes with a penalty, and that penalty is more energy you have to bleed off with the brakes. So Dan's Chinook is going to be most likely a little shorter on landing. He just has nothing to stop with that plane, but we'll see if Tim Schrage can use that suspension to its maximum effect. They'll be pretty close here.
Dan has recorded landing distances well under, 20, 30 feet. No headwind really to speak of today, so we'll see what he can do. But, I mean, just looking at it, I mean, you can tell it's not going to take long.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he comes in at a walking speed, and he's just absolutely on the brakes. Another cool thing about the Chinook is it does not have an engine in the front, so he's got better visibility, and not only that, he can very safely just nose this plane over with no consequences, so he has a lot of benefits here.
43 feet there for Dan Reynolds. He had a 76-foot takeoff, so that gives him a combined total of 119 feet.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we have a lost and found, if you are missing a little girl, could you please come to the announcer's stand? We have a little girl who's here, who is kind of wandering off on her own, and probably would like a parent. She's doing great, but if you're looking for a cute little blonde girl, please come to the announcer's stand.
Comes Tim Schrage for his first landing in the Super STOL. He had a 98-foot takeoff. Ooh, a little short. You could really see there, though, that high angle of attack he's going to try to get on landing and just really dump all that energy straight into that long travel suspension.
You can see a little something strapped to his tail spring back there just ahead of the tail wheel. Very popular modification to make to these planes in competition is to strap weights to the rear end to help with that braking distance. Any bit of weight in the back is going to help them be able to get on the brakes harder without nosing the plane over on the prop.
Dan Reynolds going for his second takeoff. Had a 76-foot takeoff first time around.
Dan Reynolds with another absolute heater takeoff. That might beat his first one. Previous best, 76 feet. See what the judges give this one, but it looks like it's maybe right in the same range or a little shorter.
65 feet there for Dan Reynolds.
There we go. Tim Schrage, previous 98-foot takeoff, but with a scratch on landing. So let's see if he can put in another good one here.
Just Aircraft builds a couple different versions of this Super STOL. They've got a stretched version that uses a larger Lycoming engine. This one's the original Rotax-powered Super STOL.
Definitely a popular plane in the lower 48. You see more and more of those Super STOLs, and the Highlander is their other plane they make. You'll see those down in kind of the lower 48. STOL competitions are extremely popular.
89 feet there for Tim's second takeoff. Actually pretty tight numbers here so far. Dan's definitely going to have the advantage on the landing here as far as light wing loading and his ability to get slow. But if Tim can time it right, he should be able to really slam that gear down too.
Tim's going to need to really get in short here. So we got 119 as Dan Reynolds' best on this one. Tim at 89 feet now, so to beat that, he's going to have to be basically exactly 20 feet.
30 feet. With the wind conditions today, I mean, there's just almost no way, but
If you look real close, you can see that windsock over there by the Valdez STOL sign kind of moving around on us. We're starting to pick up a little bit of headwind, which may help these guys significantly on this landing. Dan Reynolds, this little puff of wind we have going on is helping him. I mean, he's barely moving. We might have to take the intermission waiting for him to line up on final here.
so Dan's first landing was 43 feet. It's really just milking it in here.
By the way, Dan's best landing last year was 9 feet. This one looks like it's not quite 9 feet, but pretty darn good.
He might beat his 43-foot landing. Looks like it's going to be kind of in that same ballpark. 41 feet there, coupled with his 65-foot takeoff, gives him a combined total of 106 feet, his new best. So that means Tim's going to have to score like a 22-foot landing in order to move into that number one position. All right, here comes Tim. He had a scratch on his first landing. Looking to get across the line here. He's going to have a real high angle of attack. Just really milking it across the line. It's going to be good.
He's using that suspension to maximum effect, but
just under probably about 70 feet there. He had an 89-foot takeoff.
the difference in energy dissipation is really stark right here. You see a plane that's probably, you know, less than 1,000 pounds, but not quite with the pilot in it, and another one that's like 600 pounds. It's not as much horsepower on Dan's Chinook there, but it's almost half the weight as well. So he's, you know, it's just that wing loading, like Abe said, is so much lower on the Chinook. It's like a kite.
All right, so current standings, we've got Dan Reynolds in first place with a combined takeoff and landing distance of 106 feet, and Tim Schrage with a combined takeoff and landing distance of 159 feet. So Dan well in the lead here as we go into our third round.
Third and final round. This is the only heat for the experimental light sport category, and then we'll be moving on to the experimental bush class.
We've got our first heat of experimental bush, or alternate bush, taxiing out now. We're going to run two heats. of this class today because we have enough competitors. So this first heat is going to be 5, and then we'll have a second heat of 4 after that. First up, taxiing by there, we had Ron Kazina and his High Country Cub. In the black and gray SQ, we've got Dustin Courier. In the green experimental PA-12, we got Nathan Rayhawk. In the orange and gray Carbon Cub, we've got Eric Massey. And bringing up the rear here, in the Badlands Traveler, we've got Levi No Guess. These will be our Heat 1 competitors for experimental. Where did the Badlands guys fly up from? I don't know. Where did the Badlands Traveler guys fly up from? That Badlands Traveler is a neat airplane. A group of 3 of those guys flew up. I think first time we've seen one of them at Valdez.
Abe, what is a Badlands Traveler? Have you heard much about that?
Well, they've gone through a couple different iterations from what I understand. The original one was had Cessna wings on it.
Dan Reynolds with another extremely short takeoff. Probably going to be right around his average there. He's done so far a 76 and a 65 footer, and that one looked like it was just short of the 75 cone.
Tim Schrage now. 65 feet for Dan Reynolds. Same as his last takeoff, which was also 65 feet. Tim's got a best takeoff distance of 189 feet. Sorry, 89 feet.
Yeah. All right, Badlands Travelers guys flying up from Kansas and Texas. Appreciate them making the trip up here in that unique aircraft.
Yeah, like I was saying, I think the original one they built had a like Cessna 150 or 172 wings on it or something like that. It was kind of a neat deal. But I think this new one, they've got an all-new wing design. .101 feet there for Tim Schrage. Dan Reynolds still squarely in the lead.
It's going to be a tough one to knock Dan off that throne. So far, his best combined is 106. Sorry, 106. So unless Tim can put it in 5 feet, it looks like we're going to have a 1 and 2.
Between Dan Reynolds and Frank Knapp and Lil Cub, it's been pretty much just the 2 of them in this category every year for the foreseeable memory. Here comes Dan, floating in here. His best landing so far in the competition has been 41 feet.
Dan, again, just so slow coming across the taxiway here. That plane's floating on every breath of air. Beautiful spot landing. Oh. Yeah, he's going after his record again. It's a little bit longer than his best of 9 foot.
That might be his shortest one yet. We'll see what they score that one. Maybe down in the...
I mean, safely sub 50. Might have been just over that 25-foot mark.
Looks like they're calling it 37 feet, so that is going to be Dan's best combined of the competition, 102 feet combined. He's lowered his score every round. Unfortunately, Tim is going to need a 1-foot landing to tie. So I think we can confidently say that Dan has clinched it yet again. The helicopter? They're going to depart.
Looks like we'll have a short break after this heat for the helicopter with the National Guard to depart.
Who's got the record?
21 foot. I'm going to memorize. Don't worry.
All right, here comes Tim for his third and final landing attempt. He's got a best landing so far of 70 feet. Very far behind the power
Put
curve.
that suspension to work. Bam.
Beautiful spot, though.
That's going to be his best one, no doubt.
Yeah, not an easy thing to do, holding it off at that kind of angle of attack. So very nice work by Tim Schrage hitting his mark there. He's going to be 58 feet for a combined score of 159 feet. Great showing by our two light sport competitors today. Got our first heat of experimental bush taxiing up now. As we said in that first position spot there, we're going to kick things off as Ron Kazina. This is an experimental, essentially an experimental Super Cub, but with some different modifications. He's got an SQ style cowling on there. He's got leading edge slats.
Kind of all the Wayne Mackey modifications. You can see the cowling is lower and drooped, just like the SQ behind him. That's to get better visibility over the cowling, along with those signature Mackey leading edge slats and the super long flaps, the double slotted Fowler flaps in the back.
Yeah, he's got the experimental version of the STOL flaps on here. I don't know, those 3 or 4 hanger flaps, Gabe. I can't quite see.
Yeah, I believe they are a 3 hanger flap from memory. They're about 100 inches long.
Yeah, we're going to be between 90 and 100 inches probably. Most of our competitors in this class are going to have some type of leading edge slat probably, except for our last two airplanes in the back there, the Carbon Cub and the Badlands Traveler. They're going to be relying more on just lightweight to get that performance.
The cool thing is Ron's got the option here. So he's got the leading edge slats, but he also has the big STOL flaps. So he could either hang it on the prop and really rely on the slats, or he may choose a flatter approach and use the flaps.
Dustin Courier now taxiing up to the line in his SQ. Very similar cowling and leading edge slats. He's got Behringer 10-inch wheels and large brakes, 35-inch tires. Notice he's got a little tiny skateboard wheel for a tail wheel. Huge flaps. Big, sounds like a pretty healthy motor as well. 75 feet there for Dustin, 70 feet for Ron.
Those SQs are going to have a big old engine on them. Typically, they're going to be north of a 0360. They'll probably be about a 370 or 390 cubic inch. Running high compression.
Nathan Rayhawk now in his experimental 12. Another very healthy sounding engine.
And Nathan just knows how to fly that plane. He is just constantly flying. It's absolutely a passion of his. Every year he's out here, he gets more and more impressive with his takeoff and landing numbers.
52 feet there for Nathan, takes the first position. Got Eric Massey now in the orange Carbon Cub. Eric is not going to have slats or crazy sized flaps. He's just going to be using a healthy amount of engine power and a much lighter weight airframe. Levi No Guess now in the Badlands Traveler, making its Valdez debut.
It's got a lot of the modifications like the Super STOL. You can see the tail suspension is a big old swing arm with a shock.
"84 feet for Eric Massey on the previous takeoff. Waiting for the judge's mark there for Levi. "121 feet for Levi in the Badlands Traveler. So far the shortest takeoff in round one here for our first heat of experimental bush is 52 feet from Nathan Rayhawk in his experimental PA-12. Most of our other takeoff distances here are in the 70 to 80 foot range. So we should have another tight pack here, especially with our second heat coming up next. We're going to have a total of 9 aircraft in this heat vying for those top 3 spots.
Ron Kazina coming down the taxiway here. He's got those big double-slotted flaps all the way out. It looks like he's going to be using more of the flaps than the slats this time. He's not quite hanging it on the prop. You see it's holding on to the last second. Oh, right on the line. Let's see if he gets the wave.
Looks like they're calling it good. We'll see where they mark it. Ron had a 70-foot takeoff. And you can really see with those leading edge slats that most of the aircraft in this class are going to have. I mean, you can just really hold them off. I mean, the aircraft's not going to pitch down. The biggest problem is going to be the visibility, trying to hit that mark while holding it off at that steep deck angle.
Everything helps in these planes, and you can see as they kind of come down the line here, they're kind of going a little bit level. They're using the flaps quite a bit. But then they're just holding on to all that energy and hanging it on the prop at the very last minute there and using the slats. So it's nice to have both of those tools available.
We had 74 feet there for Ron Kazina. Dustin Courier landing now in the SQ.
High. He's using those shocks to take up all of that impact.
Yeah, a little bit over the line, but he's still going to have a very decent landing score there to get on the board. He had a 75-foot takeoff. He's going to really be looking to hit his mark on the next go-round. And it's going to put him right in the mix. 107 there for Dustin Courier, giving him a combined score of 182.
Nathan Rayhawk with that experimental PA-12. Again, big slats, big flaps. His first takeoff, incredible.
52 feet.
And this landing also incredible.
It's going to be about 80 feet, it looks like, which is going to put him comfortably into first position. .80 feet, giving him a combined score of 132, first position. Eric Massey now on final in the Carbon Cub. Carbon Cub's going to be a little lighter than most of these other competitors in this heat, but a little bit lower horsepower and with a little less devices, lift devices.
Carbon Cub is really nose high. He doesn't have the leading edge slats, but he's trying to hold on to all that energy. Little shot of power.
Beautifully done. Looks like he's got the Acme Aero shocks on there as well, which are going to help him soak up all that landing energy. 115 feet there for Eric Massey, giving him a combined score of 199 feet. Levi No Guess now in the blue Badlands Traveler. He had a 121-foot takeoff. He's coming in for his first landing. Badlands Traveler's got an outrigger style gear similar to the Super STOL or some of the other aircraft we've seen.
You can see it taking up all that impact as he just plants it right on the ground there and gets on the brakes.
Going to be right around that 130-foot mark. We'll see what the judges call that. Got our Coast Guard C-130 departing here.
We're going to have our experimental bush class competitors hold for just a moment. We've got the National Guard Blackhawk taking off here, so we'll give them a chance to get out before we run the next round.
Looks like they may do it after. Actually, maybe they need to warm up for a minute, so maybe it'll be on after the next round. Maybe we'll see. So 131 feet there for Levi. That's going to give him a combined score of 252. Current standings: in first place, Nathan Rayhawk, 132 feet. Second place, Ron Casino, 144 feet. And in third place, Dustin Courier, 182 feet. So we should have a nice competitive group here today. There's that Blackhawk spooling up. Fun fact about the Blackhawk, you need a tailwheel endorsement, actually, I think, to fly that. When they taxi on the ground, you can see it's got a tailwheel configuration. Kind of an interesting helicopter. All right, let's give them a big wave, folks. Appreciate them coming out.
C will be in
5:15.
So we should be okay for this.
done before they get here. All right, so we're about to get started on our second round here. Ron Kazina is going to be up first here in the High Country Cub. He's currently in second position with a combined score of 144 feet, 12 feet longer than Nathan Rayhawk at 132 in the green aircraft. Ron's first takeoff was 70 feet. Got just a touch of a headwind now.
Might have bumped the tail a little too soon there.
Yeah,
The
it might
wind's
be.
slacking off just a little bit, so we don't have that couple mile an hour on the nose that we had about half an hour earlier.
Dustin Courier now, 87 feet for Ron Kazina's second takeoff there. Dustin had a very short 75-foot first takeoff. He's basically just running a skid there on the tail. We'll see him be able to have some aggressive rotation.
That was definitely what Dustin was looking for. That was super short takeoff. You can see he's running that little tail wheel on there so he can get a better three-point angle of attack. All of that angle, you can see him pick the tail way up and then rotate super hard to try to pop that plane off the ground. So a smaller tail wheel is going to help with that.
Nathan for his second takeoff now. He's currently in first position. 66 feet there for Dustin Courier. Very short takeoff for Nathan Rayhawk.
Nathan Rayhawk is making it look easy out here today. Probably going to put him again comfortably in the lead.
Eric Massey, 52 feet there for Nathan Rayhawk. Exact same distance as his first takeoff. So 52 and 52.
He's got that plane absolutely down. To have that kind of consistency with no wind or variable wind is absolutely incredible.
Eric Massey now in the Carbon Cub. He had an 84-foot first takeoff. Levi Nogues taxiing up now in the Badlands. Traveler. 96 feet for Eric Massey's second takeoff. Levi had a 121-foot first takeoff. So we'll see what he does here. .119 feet for Levi Nogues. Nathan Rayhawk still holding on to that number one spot pretty squarely at 132 feet combined.
Dustin Courier is giving a little bit of a run for his money here with a 66-foot takeoff.
Yeah, and Dustin overshot the line quite a bit on the first landing and still got it stopped in 107 feet. So if he hits his spot, I mean, he's going to be really giving Nate a run for his money there.
He's going to have to really hit his spot, though. First landing for Nathan Rayhawk was 80 feet, so a combined of 132. Dustin's going to have to be right about 66 again to tie that.
I think Dustin was probably 40 feet long, though, on that first one, so I think he's going to be right in there. All right, here comes Ron Kazina for his second landing. He had a 74-foot first landing. He's currently sitting in second position. Chop and drop. It's about 78 feet for that landing. We'll see what the judges mark. He had an 87-foot takeoff this round. 77, so that's going to give him a combined 164. Not good enough to beat out his first round score of 144 feet, so he'll hang on to that. Dustin Courier now had a 66-foot takeoff this round. So if he gets a clean mark here, he could be squarely in that number 1 or number 2 spot.
He's working it. Let's see. Oh, right on the line. He's on the brakes hard.
It's going to be right about 75 feet.
75. That may not win it, but he's really dialing in, and we got one more round to go here.
"75 feet for Dustin Courier. That gives him a combined score of 141 feet. Good enough to move him into the number 2 position, knocking Ron Kazina down to number 3. But Nathan Rayhawk is squarely holding on to that number 1 spot at 132 feet.
Looked like Dustin Courier's got a baby bush wheel tail wheel on the back of his plane with 2 little skateboard wheels. pretty
right.
Innovative.
Let's see what Nate does here.
Oh, that's going to be hard to beat. He is really dragging in there.
About 70 feet.
Yeah.
He had that same 52-foot takeoff this round, so he might lower his own score here. Yep, 69 feet, giving him a new best score of 121 feet, stretching that lead by another 11 feet. Really moving him into position here that's going to be hard to take back from him. Eric Massey now, he had a 115-foot first landing.
You can just imagine how hard it is for him to see the line in that really nose-high attitude. But he managed to place it right on the line, let the tail down easy with a little shot of power.
Yeah, these Carbon Cubs are real performers. I mean, Eric is flying essentially, the standard EX2 configuration here. This is just exactly what you would order from Cub Crafters. We're going to see a little more highly modified version of a Carbon Cub in our second heat, flown by Kyle Bushman. Levi now in the Badlands. He had a 131-foot landing last go-round.
He is definitely doing the most with that plane. It has, like we're talking about, big suspension, big shocks on the front and rear. It doesn't have leading edge slats, which seems like our top 3 competitors are really using those slats to their advantage. So that may be something that you just need in this class.
So that was, we had 86 feet for Eric Massey in the Carbon Cub, and then 131 feet again there for Levi Nogues. So very consistent. Levi's got a 121-foot takeoff and a 119-foot takeoff, and then a 131-foot landing, and then another 131-foot landing. So incredibly consistent. But not quite enough to get him into podium position against these highly modified, big horsepower, slatted wing, big flap SQs.
Got the second heat of the experimental bush class coming up past us here.
Again, these competitors are going to be scored together with the competitors flying currently. So this is one big class, 2 heats. Up first, coming past here, is going to be Kyle Bushman in a Doug Keller built Carbon Cub kit. So this is a kit purchased from Cub Crafters, but that was built by Doug Keller and has a little more extensive modifications.
One of the very few Cub Crafters aircraft that has the STOL flaps. You can see those signature yellow flap hangers hanging down there.
Yeah, big
Basically
STOL
only
flaps.
Maybe one or two of them out there with those flaps on the Cub Crafters planes.
Coming by right now, second there, we got Brady Bergen and another Badlands Traveler.
Aircraft type. 98 Hotel 44RG.
And then that was Jared Garrettson in another Badlands.
Don't worry about it. Just go back.
All right, Ron Kazina's away for his third takeoff. Has a best takeoff so far of 70 feet. 71 feet there for Ron, very consistent. Currently in number 3 position. Dustin Courier on the line now is currently in number 2 position, looking to beat a 66-foot best takeoff.
So far in this heat, it's down between Nathan Rayhawk and Dustin Courier. We've got a gap of about 20 feet between the two. Dustin's best being a 141. It looks like Nathan Rayhawk at a 121. Got a little buck wild on that one, but looking pretty good there.
.87 feet there for Dustin Courier. Nathan Rayhawk on the line now for his third attempt, sitting squarely in first place at 121 feet combined. He's had two 52-foot takeoffs back to back.
Another real short takeoff. Let's see if it's another 52 for him. That'd be entertaining.
I think this one may be a little bit longer. Yeah, 61
Yep,
feet there
61.
for Nathan Rayhawk. Eric Massey now looking to beat an 84-foot best takeoff.
Looks like Eric Massey is finally kind of dialing that in. He had a really good rotation right there, popped right off the ground.
83 feet for Eric Massey's third and final takeoff.
So far his best takeoff.
Levi Nogues in the Badlands Traveler. He's been very consistent at about 120 feet so far. That's going to be a best takeoff so far for Levi. Somewhere around 115 feet, and we'll see where they mark it. Oh, 108. Nice job there.
Distance to beat so far is 121. Got Ron Kazina with a 71 this round. Dustin Courier with an 87. Nathan Rayhawk with a 61. Eric Massey with an 83. And Levi with a 108. So it looks like our top three are still in contention, but they're going to have to put down sub 50-foot landings.
Yeah, Ron Kazina coming in now for his third and final landing. He's got bumped out of the number 2 position by 3 feet by Dustin Courier, so he's going to need a pretty short landing here. We'll see. Under 70 feet. He hit his mark. He's not quite going to take it, though. He's going to be about that 75 foot mark. It's probably going to keep him in number 3 position. .78 feet there for Ron Kazina, giving him a combined 149. He's still holding on to his 144 from round 1. That's going to get him 3rd place so far. We'll see how the rest of these guys do. Dustin Courier on final for his 3rd landing. He's currently in 2nd position with a combined score of 141. He had an 87-foot takeoff this round. So he's also going to need a 60-foot or less landing here to improve his score. Looks like he's not quite going to have it. Dustin's going to hang on to position 2 there with his 141 combined. He had a 95-foot landing there just now. Nathan Rayhawk now in the green experimental 12. Nathan's currently in 1st position with a combined score of 121 feet. Had a 61-foot landing this round, so he needs 59 feet or below.
You see him just chop the power and drop that in. That is the key. He's dispersing all that energy vertically rather than horizontally.
It's going to be pretty close there. He's going to be right in line with his current best score of 121.
Judges are putting the score in now. 121, right on the dot.
Yeah, he tied it. Yeah, super consistent. Very nice job by Nathan Rayhawk. He's had a 132, a 121, and a 121. And this round he had a 61-foot takeoff and a 60-foot landing. So just super, super consistent. He's almost certainly going to hold on to that number 1 spot. But we got our last 2 competitors coming in here. Nice spot there by Eric Massey. Eric had an 83-foot takeoff this round. .96 feet there for Eric. He's going to hang on to his previous best combined 182. Levi Nogas now in the Badlands Traveler. He had a 108-foot takeoff this round. He's had 2 131-foot landings.
Using that suspension to its fullest effect here.
He's going to have his shortest landing this round, too.
Coming up here, we've got a 2nd heat of experimental bush. Kyle Bushman, Brady Bergen, Doug Jackson, and Jared Gerritsen. The last 2 also have Badlands Travelers, one with conventional 4-cylinder and the other one with a slightly boosted Rotax. So these should be pretty hot airplanes to see in Heat 2 coming up.
Looks like we're missing one of the. We're missing one of these guys.
Is that a 915?
Is that what they're running?
Yeah, for that last Badlands Traveler. The one with the mountains on it is Badlands.
In the silver one.
Yeah, that's a 9.8. Yeah.
It's 200, it's almost 1,000 pounds of thrust.
Wow.
Which is great. The plane weighs 900 and some pounds. And he'll helicopter. He will literally, he is the best pilot now in International STOL Series. He can fly 90,000. What are you watching?
That one, I think it's Kyle Bushman with that
That's
Carver Cup.
yeah.
He was killing it last year.
Yeah, Kyle can fly too, so it's
All right, so second heat taxiing out here. Current standings, Nathan Rayhawk is the man to beat with a combined score of 121 feet, but only about 20 feet behind him, we've got Dustin Courier at 141 feet, and then Ron Kazina at 144 feet. So these guys will still have their work cut out for them.
Coming up here, we've got Kyle Bushman pulling up to the line. He was last year's experimental bush class winner, so he obviously knows his way around his plane.
Yeah, Kyle had a real good showing in this last year, so we should see some good numbers here. Looks like you were saying, he's got the oversized P-STOL flaps on there. Seeing some Behringer 10-inch wheels and brakes.
Yep.
He's got a tiny little competition tail wheel on there for a little more angle of attack.
Yeah, kind of all you need to win this thing. I mean, it is a carbon cub, you know, and we've seen the carbon cub in the last heat.
Yeah,
but this one is extremely modified, where the last one was very standard. Like we're talking about, we got extended wings with droop tips, got extremely long performance STOL double-slotted flaps, which are going to help him tremendously. No leading edge slats, so you know, we're kind of seeing the leading edge slats come into play last round. It's going to be interesting to see him, how he does without them. But I think the flaps are going to more than make up for it.
All right, here comes Kyle Bushman for his first takeoff in this highly modified carbon cub.
It's got that big long prop turned all the way up. You can hear that thing absolutely sing on takeoff.
Next up here, we got Brady Bergen in a different Badlands Traveler.
These next two Badlands Travelers we have coming up are apparently extremely modified. They've got bigger engines, punched out Rotax 4 cylinders. So it should be a little bit spicier than the first round.
And then the gray and blue Badlands Traveler there in the middle. That's the same airplane that Levi was flying last heat, but now Doug Jackson will be flying that same aircraft. All right, so we'll see with the 52 feet for Brady Bergen there, tying the shortest takeoff of the heat. And that's with no leading edge slats, just that big souped up Rotax engine. Doug Jackson now in the Badlands Traveler, the same one that flew last heat. So far we've got 65 feet Kyle Bushman, 52 feet Brady Bergen, and then 105 there for Doug Jackson. Now we've got Jared Garrettson in a third Badlands Traveler, also with the hopped up Rotax. So we should see another short takeoff here.
Now this Badlands Traveler is supposed to be pretty hot rodded. We'll see what he can do here on takeoff. Got engine spool all the way up. He's spooling up the turbocharger. There's a turbocharged Rotax engine. And obviously it's working for him. That is an incredibly short takeoff.
Yeah, let's see what they mark that. He's going to be right there with Brady, who had a 52-foot takeoff, on par with Nathan Rayhawk from first heat. 59 feet there for Jared Garrettson. Does Doug Jackson, does he have the original? Is that the original Traveler? And the other two are the new ones?
I think it's the second one.
Yeah. So out of these three Badlands Travelers that we have in this heat, Brady and Jared are flying the two gray ones with the square tail, and then Doug Jackson is flying the blue one with the round tail. Doug's got one of the original Badlands Travelers, so it's a little bit different than these these other two. What I understand, they've got a new wing that they, a clean sheet new wing that they put on it, and then these powerful turbocharged Rotax engines that are really, really working. I mean, both of these guys are in the 50-foot takeoff range here.
All right, Kyle Bushman coming in here for landing. Last year he was our winner, 65-foot takeoff. He's going to really drag this thing in slow here with those flaps all the way out. See if he can hit his spot. Oh, just a touch short there, bud.
Gonna be a scratch for Kyle Bushman. Yeah.
He's got an edge performance. He's got an edge performance big bore.
Is it a Rotax or
It's a Rotax. Bored out. And then he's got a turbocharger on. They turn the boost up to 50 pounds.
Yeah. That's just Jared or Brady?
That's just Jared. I know if Brady's first.
Here comes Brady Bergen for his first landing. He had a 52-foot takeoff, which is tied for the shortest takeoff so far of this class. So we'll see what he can do for landing here, but he could very well be mixing up that top 3 positions. Very slow, so he should be able to do it.
He's also running the Rotax engine tuned up there. Oh, don't touch. Just a little bit more.
Oh, short.
Yeah, you'll get that. All these guys are really trying to split hairs here. I mean, they are absolutely wringing these planes out. So
You can really hear that turbo spool up on that thing.
yeah, these Rotax engines these guys are running are pretty tuned up. You know, they got those turbochargers with the boost turned up. It's really interesting to see that when they take off, they'll sit there and run them up and spin up those turbochargers.
Here comes Doug Jackson.
Good landing, a little bounce.
Doug had a 105-foot takeoff this round. Looks like he's going to be about 160 on the landing.
This is an earlier Badlands Travel. It's got the, I believe it's an 0340 on it, if I'm not mistaken. 180 horse engine.
Yeah, so this out of the 3 Badlands, this is the one not running the turbocharged Rotax. This has more of a conventional Titan engine. This one, I believe, I'm not positive it's this airframe specifically, but I believe this is one of the Travelers that originally had the Cessna wing on it, but it looks like they've swapped that out for their new wing.
Our new wing is basically a Cessna airfoil that's been modified for lower speed use and extended slightly. You can see the flaps are extended with slightly smaller ailerons, but they seem to be very effective, combining the best qualities of a Cessna with the speed, with the best qualities of a Super Cub with the short field capability.
So we got 158 feet there for Doug Jackson for a combined 263. Jared Garrettson now on short final. Incredibly slow. That angle of attack.
Almost too slow. Yeah, he's got slats.
So this one, he does have slats on this, and you can really tell with that angle of attack.
Basically a helicopter. Yeah, that's impressive.
Jared had a 59-foot takeoff. Looks like he may be moving into first position here. Jared has an Edge Performance, essentially a bored out Rotax 916. They call it the 918 now, bored out, turbocharged, about 50 pounds of boost. Just a real rocket ship. He just scored a 44-foot landing there for a combined total of 103, which moves him pretty securely into first position there. Kyle Bushman up for his second attempt. Kyle had a 65-foot takeoff last round.
Yeah, it needs a tailwind.
84 feet there for Kyle Bushman. Brady Bergen on the line, had a 52-foot takeoff last round in his Badlands Traveler. Turbocharged Rotax.
This time without the slats. It's interesting seeing these two. They're very comparable Badlands Travelers, one with and one without the slats. Turbocharger spooling up, and he's off. And he's off very short.
It looks like it's going to be less than 50 feet. He had a scratch on the first round, so if he can score a clean landing here, 45 feet there for Brady Bergen.
They're manufacturing them right. You can't.
Jared Garrettson is currently in first position with 103 feet, so Brady's got plenty of room to work with there to try to take that back from him. Doug Jackson now. Doug had a 105-foot takeoff on the first round. That older version of the Traveler, you can see, doesn't quite leap off the ground the way this second revision does, so they've definitely improved the performance of this experimental kit aircraft.
About to see something special here. The turbocharger is singing. And he's off. Definitely shorter than 75 foot. Let's see if he got closer to 50 on that one.
So we had 96 feet for Doug Jackson on the previous takeoff.
Jared's previous best takeoff, 59 feet. Let's see what the judges say here. 58 feet. He is trimming it down by 1 foot every time.
So yeah, it's interesting to see the differences here between Jared Garrettson and Brady Bergen in those two Badlands Travelers.
Dan Reynolds up here with us with his best of 119 of the entire show here. And Jared Garrison is right on his heels with a, that was a 103. Dan's best was a 106 on the experimental light sport. 102, sorry.
102.
Sorry, correction. Dan Reynolds' best was a 102, so within 1 foot of the best of show here.
That's good. How much do you weigh, Dan? Dan.
That's crazy.
Dan, what do you weigh empty?
Pardon me?
What do you weigh empty?
540 pounds.
Yeah.
And that silver one that Jared's flying is over 900 and something.
Kyle Bushman, previous best was a 65-foot takeoff, scratch landing.
Looks like we're going to have another scratch there for Kyle.
Unfortunate. He's really trying to push it here. He did really great last year, but these Badlands are really putting a hurting on everybody. Everybody give Kyle a wave as he comes past. He is putting on his best show for us here. Again, last year's winner of the experimental bush class.
Brady Bergen on final now. Brady had a scratch on his first landing, but he had a 52-foot takeoff on his first round and a 45-foot takeoff on this round. So if he can get cleanly over the line here, he'll definitely be duking it out with Jared Garrettson. Interesting, the difference between the two of them. This one does not have slats on it. So he's taking off shorter, but he's a little bit.
That was a fantastic spot landing just over the line.
He's going to be a little longer on the landings, but his takeoffs are shorter, so the two of them are going to be tit for tat there.
$65 on that one for a 110-foot total for Brady Bergen. He is right up there with the top contenders. We got Jared Garrettson at 103.
Yeah, so Jared's going to hold on to that number one position. Jared's takeoffs are about 15 feet longer, but his landing was 20 feet shorter.
So far, we got Nathan Rayhawk in the first heat doing a 121. These guys are getting them down. We got combined scores of 110 on that last one, so looking pretty good for the second heat.
Yeah, second heat has already established themselves in the number 1 and number 2 position. Nathan Rayhawk is holding on to the number 3 position still from heat 1 with a combined score of 121. But the Badlands Travelers, Jared Gerritsen has moved into first position at 103 feet combined, and Brady Bergen has moved into number 2 position at 110 feet combined. Doug Jackson now on a long final in the older model Badlands Traveler. He had a first landing distance of 158 feet.
Playing that drag it in slow game here. You can see he's just less than 10 feet over the runway. Up and down.
Doug had a 96-foot takeoff this round. He's looking to beat his best combined score from round 1 of 263 feet.
This plane with no slats is definitely harder to kind of keep on that fine edge of speed there. He can't hang it on the slats, and it looks like he's going to scratch on this round.
Jared Gerritsen, the man to beat, on final now for his second landing. He had a 44-foot landing in round 1. Definitely seems to be able to drag it in a little slower than Brady Bergen has been able to do with the leading edge slats, but Brady's been beating him out on the takeoff by about 15 feet.
They're both working it right down the runway there. You can see every little tiny breath of wind is going to kind of bobble him around because he's just hanging right on the slats. And everything is in right now. Slats are out. He's about to drag that tail wheel on the ground. He's just hovering.
Drive the tail wheel all the way down.
If he can pull this off, this might be one of the record landings of this entire event. Use that suspension and just drop it. Bam.
Wow. That's going to be about 27 feet. We'll see what they call it, but that's going to be a big improvement on his last combined score of 103.
It's absolutely incredible. When we look at the shortest landings ever here, you know, right up there with the top guys. Dan Reynolds has had some sub 20-foot landings.
So that's
Frank Knapp has had a 21 combined. That is one of the shortest that we've ever seen here.
So 27 feet there for Jared Gerritsen's second landing. Certainly one of the shortest no-wind landings we've seen in recent history.
That plane's nuts. And what he does with it?
Yeah, it's pretty absurd. Let's see how the Kinger does. We got a King Air rolling up to the line here. Going to show us how it's done.
Kyle Bushman taxiing up for his third and final takeoff in the Keller Carbon Cub. Has a best takeoff so far today of 65 feet. No landing recorded on the board yet, though. So we'll see what he can do.
Good looking takeoff for Kyle Bushman. His last takeoff landing was a scratch. Actually, his previous two were scratched, so he's going to need to bring this one in over the line to put it on the board.
Brady Bergen now on the line. Brady's got the shortest takeoff so far today of any aircraft at 45 feet. He's currently in number 2 position overall with a combined score of 110 feet.
Absolutely incredible. You hear that thing just spool up, and he lurches forward, and he's immediately off the ground. These Badlands Travelers are really putting a hurting on him this year.
41 feet there for Brady Bergen, improving on his previous best takeoff of 45 feet. Still the shortest takeoff of the show today. Doug Jackson now in the Badlands Traveler.
Doug Jackson away in the naturally aspirated 340 powered Badlands Traveler.
92 feet for Doug Jackson. Jared Garrettson now. He's got a best takeoff of 58 feet so far.
Really going to try to bring it home with this one. He's got things spool up. Might as well be a helicopter. I don't know if he's going to beat Brady Bergen on that one, but they are right there together in that sub 50 foot class.
52 feet there for Jared Garrettson. Jared's landing distances have been incredibly short. He had a 27-foot landing last round, which was the shortest landing that we've seen today of any class, giving him a combined score of 85 feet, which is the lowest combined score we've seen of any class today. We'll do it there now. It's going to be right here, right? All right, Kyle Bushman's on long final here for his third and final landing. After we get these 4 landings done, this is going to conclude our experimental bush category. And then immediately afterwards, we're going to be doing the award ceremony for the STOL pilots right here at the DJ booth. So we'll announce all the winners and their prizes. So please stick around after these last landings and come up to the announcer booth here, and we'll do the awards ceremony right after. Yeah, man. All right, Kyle Bushman had an 81-foot takeoff this round. Kyle has not recorded a landing yet, so he's really going to be looking to get on the board with this one. It's going to be good. Absolutely nailed it. .80 feet there for Kyle Bushman. Gives him a combined score of 161 feet with his 81-foot takeoff. Puts him squarely in the middle of the pack for our combined 9 pilot class, but not quite enough to knock off Jared and Brady in these Badlands Travelers. Brady Bergen now on final. Brady's got a best combined score of 110 feet, which has him in number 2 position for this class. This round he had a 41-foot takeoff, which was the shortest takeoff so far of the day. So if he can get a 40-foot landing, he might be able to knock Jared Garrettson off that number 1 spot. Oh, just short. Jared's going to hang on to it. All right. Doug Jackson should be next, but it looks like him and Jared may have flip-flopped positions there for spacing. So it looks like on final here we got Jared Garrettson, our current number 1 position competitor, looking to improve his best score of 85 feet. He had a 52-foot takeoff this round. He had a 27-foot landing last round. If he can do that again, he'll shave a couple feet off his best score. But he is for sure going to hold on to that number 1 position either way.
He's giving it everything here. He's going to try to smack that thing down right on the line.
Incredibly difficult.
Jeez.
I mean, back-to-back on this landing and last landing.
I mean, he's looking
right on the line.
really
Incredibly difficult to do that at that kind of angle of attack.
Previous landing was a 27. We're looking at a 33 on this one for a combined of 85 to tie his last round.
Super consistent. 85 and 85 combined.
And
a scratch there for Doug Jackson. Yep. All right, Jared Garrettson is going to take it. Best combined score of 85 feet in the Badlands Traveler. Brady Bergen, number 2. Best combined score 110 feet in the Badlands Traveler. And in 3rd place, Nathan Rayhawk, combined score 121 feet in the experimental PA-12 from Heat 1.
That completes our experimental bush class and the competition as a whole. Everybody give a round of applause for our competitors this year.
And just another reminder, we are going to be having the awards ceremony for the STOL competition right now at the announcer booth. So if anybody's interested, make your way up here. Competitors, definitely make your way up here. We're going to be announcing those winners and their prizes. Thanks for coming out, everybody.
He's like, by the way, Bobby Breeden had 2 19-foot landings. I don't give a shit, Bob. That was 10 years ago.
I was trying to
anybody compiled it. We have the raw data, but
Yeah, let's pick out our winners from this. Okay. All right. So, what's the first group? That was the heavy touring.
heavy touring up. So
Heavy touring.
Lucas is first. What was the total? I didn't total this last. 244. That's the best.
Yeah, 244 is the best on Lucas. Then we have 404 on Blaine, and then we had looks like 472 on Blaine.
Okay.
Going down to the
Combined.
light touring, we're going to have
I think Steve Spence was number 1, right?
So he's got a 241 as his best.
Okay. Levi was number 2, I think. 245.
Yep. Sorry, who was Steve?
Levi. He got
Levi
a
Athens
he got
at
a
279.
245 on the second round.
Oh, it's not highlighting the best. Yeah, he did get 245, yeah.
And then
We've got, let's see here, 270.
it was Hasner. Hasner had a really good one too. Yeah, 261.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Steve Spence had it. Oh, yeah, no.
So
Yeah, Mark Hasner had 261.
Spence, Levi, Hasner. Yeah, is there anybody lower? Basically lower than, if there's anything lower than 261. He was already.
Steve Spence had 241, yeah.
Yeah.
I wish this thing would highlight the best.
Yeah, that's it. Bush class, who had a 258? Oh, that's the next class. So that's Matt Wolsnick. I think their Cash won that one, I think, 252. Denny had a 293, 260, 280, 293. And then Matt's best was 311.
44 on that, 311. Okay, Cash has a 252, a 304, and a 258. So we got 252 for Cash, best.
293 for Denny and 311 for Matt.
Yep. So that's gonna put see here, Cash in first, I guess, for Bush class.
Denny in second.
Denny in second, and Matt for third. Paul Scosi does not look like. Oh, he put up a 544 for.
Yeah, but that's for, we only do 1 through 3. So Dan Reynolds is first with 102.
Is he? Because he got. Oh no, for light.
For light,
yeah.
yeah.
So it's just Dan and
just
Jim
one and
for
two.
1 and 2.
And then for this
Experimental
guy,
Bush, we're gonna have Jared Garrettson first with a 85.
Yep.
And then we're gonna have
Brady Bergen at 110, and then Nathan Rayhawk at 120.
Doug Jackson was a 96 on. Oh,
That's
no,
just
a
takeoff. He scratched that one, didn't he? So it's going to be Badlands, Rayhawk.
Okay.
Yep. So we're good.
Sounds good.
All right, what is the prize list?
Yeah, and then on a couple of them, I'm like, a sponsor would like to share a few words with you. So,
Do we have the sponsors up
yeah,
there?
the miniatures here. You can say something about Bushwheel, and then there's another. Anita's gonna get your.
All right, STOL competitors, make your way over to the announcer booth. We're about to hand out your prizes. Anybody else who wants to hang out, come over here too. We'll be
On the ground level, I suppose.
announcing those winners right now. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So shortest landing.
Shortest landing and shortest
It's
takeoff.
going to be Brady and Jared. So Brady had the shortest takeoff. And Jared 27.
7, yes.
So best landing, best takeoff.
Okay. We've got the flags all laid over here.
Yeah, I'll take care of this. Yes.
Okay.
You just say it,
We'll
I'll
just
hand it.
say it. Okay. All right. We got a plan.
Love a plan. You want us to start now, Abby?
I'm ready whenever you want.
All right,
all
folks.
STOL competitors to the front here. We're going to start handing out prizes.
All right, we're going to start with our heavy touring class.
So heavy touring, number 1 is a Tanis preheat system, 6-cylinder and a cabin heater, sponsored by Hartzell.
And that's going to go to Lucas Stutzer with a combined score of 244 feet.
Yay, Lucas! Come on up here.
Woo, woo, woo.
No, there's a 100-foot penalty
for running over a cone.
All right, Lucas,
Well,
go. You can leave now.
Technically, nobody ran over the cone. It's just all that thrust sort of blew it away.
All right, heavy touring 2. We've got also a Tannis cabin heater by Hartzell. And who's that going to, Abe?
That's going to go to Lane Williams with a combined score of 404 feet.
All right, Lane, come on up here for your prize.
All right, Lane, if you can hear us, we got a Tannis cabin heater for you up here. Oh, we got you.
All right. And for heavy touring 3, we have a set of massive electrode spark plugs from Tempest being sponsored by Tempest.
And that is going to go to Liam Ferguson with a combined score of 472 feet. Thank you very much, Liam.
On to light touring. Light touring number 1. Anitra, do you want to talk about what we have sponsored here?
Oh, sure. Thanks. So Level Aviation, the prize is going to be the bomb autopilot. The Level wanted to say that they're very proud to be sponsoring Valdez this year. They develop innovative wireless avionics like the bomb, a smart pitot tube with integrated avionics, as well as affordable autopilot systems designed for the backcountry community. So if you're interested in these, please visit levelaviation.com. And congratulations to the winner.
Thank you, Level. And that is going to go to the man, the myth, and the legend himself, Steve Spence.
Steve, come on up.
241 feet combined.
Another year, another plaque for Steve.
Running out of space on the wall, my friend.
All
time
right,
to build.
Light Touring 2, our winner will receive their choice of SD5 clock, VA1 volt ammeter, or FP5L. Looks like some avionics by EI, Electronics International.
And that's going to go to Levi Althens. 245 feet combined. Only 4 feet off of Steve Spence's combined score there. Nice tight pack, as always, in light touring.
That's cool. Okay. All right, Light Touring 3 gets a set of massive electrode spark plugs from Tempest or McFarland, Alaska.
And those are going to Mark Hasner. 261 feet combined. Mark had the shortest takeoff at 96 feet. Hey, courtesy win there, Mark. Of this category, sorry. Disregard.
All right, we are on to Light Sport. Light Sport first place is going to receive a Flight Outfitters package.
And that's going to go to Dan Reynolds. 102 feet combined.
Let's go, Dan.
Also running out of space on his wall, I'm sure.
Light Sport 2, we've got Aircraft Spruce sponsoring a $200 gift card.
Tim Schragi. 159 feet combined.
And the big one, we're on to Bush Class. Bush Class first place will receive the traditional 31-inch Bush wheels or a credit thereof towards 35s, because I know you probably have those. Sponsored by Alaska Bush Wheels, now McFarland, Alaska. It says here, I will talk.
Let's hear it, Gabe.
Buy Bush Wheels, the greatest tire in the backcountry.
No warranties.
No warranties.
That's going to go to Cash Car. 252 feet combined, with a 126-foot takeoff and a 126-foot landing. Very consistent.
Bush Wheels has been a prize, I believe, since this has started through, I'm forgetting the
Bush Wheel Bill.
Bush Wheel Bill, and all the way through. That's been an awesome prize we've had. We appreciate all the prizes. Abby, you did an unbelievable job this year getting prizes. Thank you. But
let's get a big
really,
hand for
thank
Abby.
you.
Can we do that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No, there's no joke. That's how this thing comes off. So absolutely, Abby, well deserved. And thank you to all the sponsors.
Yeah, trying to be a little humble, but we're super proud to be a sponsor of this event. Bush Wheels from the beginning has been something that I know most Alaskan pilots have experience with, but To be involved in the STOL community like this and supporting all the pilots has really been a privilege. So really appreciate you having us here.
Thank you, Gabe.
All right, Bush Class 2. We got one night in the 727 Airplane Lodge donated by Fly 8 MA and a $100 gift certificate for Northland Aviation Services.
And that's going to go to Denny Seary, 293-foot combined score.
Bush Class 3rd place, we got 2 Glacier Cruise tickets sponsored by Stan Steffens and a $100 gift certificate for Northland Aviation.
And that's going to Matt Wolsnick, 311 feet combined. Matt had a 137-foot takeoff?
For those counting.
Oh, look out, look out. All right, Matt's coming. And big thanks to Matt and all of our Canadian competitors for flying in. Matt's been flying in to do this for years and years and years, so thanks for making the trip.
All right, on to alternate or experimental bush class. First place winner will receive Tundra tailwheel kit. And can we have Josh up here to talk about that a bit?
I'll go slow. They're still arriving. Oh, looks like they made it. Thanks for having us here. I'm Josh with Tundra Tailwheels. This is our first time up here being able to sponsor and participate in the event. The most beautiful setting that I've ever been to in any STOL competition, and I've been to a couple of them. And I'm just really happy to be able to participate in this and offer this to the experimental bush class. And yeah, that's really all I got to say.
Well, thanks for being here, Josh. Who's getting our Tundra tailwheel kit?
That's going to be Jared Garrettson with a best combined score of 85 feet. Jared also gets the honor of our best landing of the day of any aircraft at 27 feet.
And we have a special plaque for those, so make sure to get your shortest landing or shortest takeoff plaque.
Shortest landing.
Shortest landing. All right, getting down to the last couple of years, we got alternate Bush 2. We got a $200 from Northland Aviation Services gift card and a swag pack from the Alaska Airmen's Association.
And that's going to Brady Bergen, 110 feet combined, and he's also going to be taking home the shortest takeoff, 41 feet, shortest takeoff of the day.
All right, last but not least, alternate Bush 3. We've got a $200 gift certificate and a hoodie from Stoddard's Aircraft Parts.
And that's going to Nathan Rayhawk, 121 feet.
Stoddard's Aircraft Parts, quick plug for them. They are the destination for all of your Cub parts, so make sure to check them out.
All right, we got a couple more wild card awards here. We got a Rookie of the Year and Farthest Traveled Aircraft. Doing some quick math here. Stand by.
Okay, so we've got Rookie of the Year, and that's going to go to Jared Garrettson. And lastly, we have Furthest Traveled, and that is going to go to Doug Jackson.
Where's Doug from? Doug is from Texas, we
Decatur,
hear.
Texas.
We would just love to throw out another thank you, big thank you to Cub Crafters, Wilson Brothers, and the city of Valdez for helping us make this event a success yet again.
Hey, yeah, no question. And Dwight, right? It's gone really well this year.
To Dwight.
One that doesn't they're not a direct financial sponsor, but we could not hold this event without this airport and the state of Alaska support that they put on. The DOT workers here, Robbie, Dave, Mark, all of that, they're clearing snow early. It's insane the support we get. Don't tell any other airports, just here. But really, this event could not happen without this facility and those guys putting it on. So we really appreciate them.
All right, thanks everybody for coming out. We're going to have the, anybody who bought tickets, we got the booze cruise, midnight sunset cruise, 7 p.m.
Hey, one more round of applause for Gabe and Abe. You guys make this show amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for sticking around. There's going to be a lot more entertainment tomorrow. We will see you guys in the morning.